Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ryan here alongside Joel Fritzma.
Hello.
We are Michigan Storm Chasers. Current time is 2:09 p.m. on this Thursday afternoon. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kent County, in particular southeastern Kent County, as well as western Ionia County. All right, the storm here is producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. Joel has his radar pulled up there with our wind velocities. We're seeing roughly right around those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with this, and plus it's close to the radar site, so they're measuring these winds pretty close to the ground. So treat it seriously. Right along I-96 here, so Elmdale, Clarksville, Saranac, Lowell, Fallisburg, those areas in particular, and within this yellow warning polygon here, Ionia as well as Lake Odessa in the polygon as well. So anywhere along 96, basically from Orleans down to Lake Odessa needs to be inside, away from windows as the storm rolls through.
Yep, this is right over my house, back home. So,
and you're not there to see it.
Know this area very well. So, I know probably a lot of my classmates sometimes tune in, but if you guys are in the Lowell area, obviously seek shelter. Saranac as well. Sitting right down I-96 and the M21 corridor there, crossing over M50 right now, just north of Alto. And eventually that outflow boundary will head into Clarksville in town towards Freeport in the next probably 10 minutes. This outflow boundary isn't moving terribly fast today. We don't have too much upper level shear to keep these storms moving. So a lot of areas will see a lot of downpour rain this afternoon with any storm that do pop up.
I will say as well, we are working with a lot of instability out there. I'm looking at mesoanalysis right now. We got a contour of 3,000 surface-based CAPE from Grand Rapids over to, we're going to say, Detroit Metro. So it's a very unstable environment out there today.
Full details of the severe thunderstorm warning read as followed. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kent and western Ionia counties in south central Michigan until 3 p.m. So you got another 50 minutes on this as it moves really slow. 2:06, the severe thunderstorm was located near the Gerald R. Ford International Airport, or 12 miles east of Grand Rapids, moving east at 10 miles per hour. So very slow. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, the hazard of this one, and that is 0.75 inch in diameter, and it is radar indicated. And if you live in Ionia, Lowell, Lake Odessa, Saranac, Gerald R. Ford International Airport, I guess you don't really live at the airport, but it's in the warning. Ada, Clarksville, Alto, Cascade, you guys are all in this warning for your protection. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. They also added alt text in here, Ryan. It says large hail and damaging winds and continuous cloud ground lightning is occurring with the storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. And torrential rainfall is also occurring with the storm and may lead to flash flooding.
I was going to mention that too. With the stationary storm movement, this goes for any storm across the state today. Movement of these storms is very slow. In fact, we already had a flood advisory for Detroit already issued that's currently active. So do expect, if you get under a storm for quite a while, expect flooding rains for sure today.
I was literally just making a post on X and it went warned about the outflow boundary in all directions. And you can see that here on this radar signature. So again, here's your inbound, outbound winds. Anything in red is winds moving away from the radar site. And what actually happened was this storm fired, as the warning implies, right over the airport where the radar is located. And so that kicked off an outflow boundary in every single direction, as you can see here. It's also indicative of strong downbursts or microbursts. We call them wet microbursts, I guess you could say, within this storm. So definitely winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And I was looking on Radar Scope, and I know Drew was looking on Radar Omega with the lightning being a huge factor out there today. And there's a lot of it. So if you can hear that thunder, please seek shelter immediately. There's a lot of instability out there today.
Looks like the radar site gusted to 31 miles per hour with this storm.
Gotcha. A super chat from Vince. Can multiple pop-up storms happen in the same spot? Yes, they can. We actually have one just to the south here, too.
We also have some on the east side of the state as well.
Yep.
But Yes. Also, just want to point that out too. We're having a little bit more of a good signature pop up there on velocity in Lowell, Charter Township. Downburst signature there. It's starting to pick up some steam, looks like.
Oh, and thanks, Vince, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Yes, we are on X, Mary. We are on X, but we are not streaming to X.
Correct.
We are only live here on YouTube and on Facebook.
Yep, watch potential is only 20% today for Southeast Michigan. Now, that doesn't mean storms aren't going to happen. Storms will happen, and they are happening right now.
Yes, it's very soupy outside. It's probably one of the more humid days we've had this year.
Mm-hmm.
Worse than the past couple.
Yep. The good news about Kent County is they do not sound their sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings, so that really helps with confusion. But I see a comment about Grand Rapids in here. You guys are downtown Grand Rapids, especially Northview, Wyoming, suburbs, East Grand Rapids as well. You guys are all outside that warning polygon, as you can see here indicated in the orange box. Special weather statement still extends back a little bit, but this has kind of been replaced by that severe thunderstorm warning. And there's a couple cells up here to the north, but those are generally moving away. Not to say that storms can still fire over Grand Rapids later this afternoon. Again, with outflow boundaries moving in every direction from the storm, that can also inhibit lift and cause more storms to develop.
And also keep in mind, this current storm is outside of any severe risk today. So
yes,
always pay attention if you're close. I mean, it's close to the marginal, but still we are outside that risk. So storms can and still do go severe outside of these risk areas. So across and close to that marginal risk today, just stay aware as more storms will likely pop up throughout the afternoon and evening. This is the only severe storm in the state right now. We do have a special weather statement in effect here for portions of Macomb, northern Macomb County. Winds up to 30 miles per hour with that storm. We kind of watched that one as well. A bit of a downburst signature there. We'll keep an eye near Romeo, Addison Township, Washington Township, heading toward Armada. That's not currently looking severe, but gusty nonetheless. So that's the other storm that looks to be strongest as of right now. And also there's a storm hovering over downtown Detroit, flood warning or flood advisory, should I say, in effect for the downriver areas, Dearborn, Lincoln Park, River Rouge, Delray, all the way up there toward South Detroit Metro. So those storms are still hovering over the same areas, so likely going to have some flash flooding there, although those don't look to be strong or severe, just general thunderstorms.
Yeah, look at all that lightning that just popped up on my screen here. So this is few and far between, probably strikes every couple seconds here. So definitely be taking shelter. Even if you're outside of the warning box, if you're nearby to this storm, please be inside. We do not want you to get struck by lightning this afternoon.
Joel, I'm going to take my radar really quick and talk about something real quick.
Yep, that's fine.
So on days like today where we have the heat and humidity, we need a trigger, and we're seeing multiple boundaries over here. This is Southeast Michigan, Monroe, Washtenaw, Lenawee County, Wayne County as well. There's a boundary here we're seeing. There's one here. There's one down here. There's one over here. Now, these are what's going to fire these storms more than likely throughout the day today. So we have multiple, and there's also these up here, outflow. I just noticed that as well, outflow boundaries from the storms over Detroit. So we're going to have multiple chances as these boundaries linger into the afternoon and evening, especially reaching peak heating. It's 90 degrees here where I'm at. So it's also coupled with 60% humidity. And we're looking at, dew points 74. That's really a quote unquote juiced atmosphere, not just for, potential severe weather, but just mainly for but for heavy rains, as well as multiple other storms that are going to pop throughout the afternoon. It's a very prime environment for just general storms, but also for some severe via microbursts.
And zooming in on the severe thunderstorm warning, the heaviest of winds right now are at the M50 exit, the All Nash exit there at I-96. So that's exit 52. Heidi's farm stand in that Cascade Road all the way over towards the county line, Montcalm Road. This extends, the strongest winds extend pretty much to Grand River Drive here along the Grand River, just south of the M21 at the current time. Well, you're still going to get some gusty winds with that. As you can see here, the rain still is going to be where you're at. But again, we're looking at the strongest downburst winds in the center of this storm, which is currently located along Alden Nash here, this blue line that you can see between Lowell and I-96, and even points south like Elto, for example. you guys definitely in this too. And the extent of that wind extends all the way down to 68th Street there. So if you live in this little corner of Lowell Charter Township, be advised, strong damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour is happening right now. This is heading right for my parents' house. I'm seeing like 35 knots, but I know that's not quite indicative.
I'm getting upwards of 35 to 42 at most, just between Elmdale and Alto, just south of 96.
Alto, yeah. But again, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning right now in West, and it's in West Michigan. Outside of the severe risk, again, the severe risk extends to pretty much the eastern county line of Ionia County. So it's just outside of that marginal risk for today. Lansing is in that marginal risk for today, I do believe, Ryan.
Yeah, I have it on my Omega if you want to take that real quick.
Yep, I got you.
So there is your marginal risk. It's kind of cut off there by the radar. I'll draw you the line, though. It extends up this way. There we go, all the way up there, and that cuts back eastward. That dark green area here is your severe risk today. But again, that storm is outside. So if you live close to this risk, you still should be on alert.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, Jade, it looks like power outages could be possible with this one.
I might as well go and pull up consumers here and get that roll in the background to keep an eye on those.
Especially right where we live, there's a lot of trees. That's my neighbor who's speaking.
Ah, gotcha. I got the consumers map pulling up now to keep an eye on things. We'll let you guys know if we see any.
New velocity scan updates just crossing Montcalm County line, or Montcalm Road County line between Kent and Ionia County. It's kind of weird how that's the county line road name, but it is what it is. It's heading right down Portland Road right now, all the way down towards Drew Road, as well as Clarksville Road. I should know these roads by now. I've lived here my entire life, but sometimes you need a reminder. The northern extent of it is heading down Peck Lake Road, which is very, very close to my house or my parents' house. That's pretty much the northern extent right now. Again, the highest velocities are located between Alto and Clarksville.
I will say there's isolated outages coming in. I'm not sure if they're from this storm or just from other things. There's one about 1,000 plus people, 3,000 actually reported at 1:13 p.m. So that's a little bit before the storm started gusting. So I'm going to assume that's not related. But I am seeing one outage just to the north of Lowell proper on Foreman Road. That's coming in about 15 minutes ago or so. So there's a couple, nothing major yet though, which is good news.
Yep. It's just a typical summer day out here with a lot of instability, a lot of pop-up storms. This happens all the time. MI Skies, you're incorrect.
Yeah, guys, if we're not talking about your city, your town, you're not in an immediate threat. So relax if you're asking about your cities repeatedly. We're not talking about you. So that's good news. The only warning in effect here is for Ionia and Kent counties, which is what you're seeing on Joel's screen. That storm is heading toward Clarksville, Saranac, Lake Odessa along I-96, Tremaine Corners, West Ciboa, probably butchered that, Berlin Center, Campbell Corners as well, all within the path of that storm. There are other storms across the state. None of those are severe at this point in time. The strongest one outside of this one in Kent and Ionia County is going to be in Macomb County near Romeo, getting roughly about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds on radar. So that's the only other area that I see that would warrant attention, which I have it pulled up here on my radar. So if that increases or strengthens, I'll let you guys know.
for those just tuning in, this is in effect until 3 p.m. It's pretty much halfway into Ionia County at this point. So you'll see this warning box trimmed for just Ionia County here, probably in the next 7 to 10 minutes, I would have to assume. Unless, of course, it back builds, then they will have to just keep it going. But usually when it crosses into the strictly one county, then they'll trim it. Wonder if my dad recently cleaned up his yard. He uses that as an indicator if severe weather's coming.
Hey, Joel, notice we have a 2 on the SCP, latest mesoanalysis.
Interesting.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. It's a bullseye right out of that storm.
A few tiny chunks of hail on my deck, my neighbor says.
Also, 30 knots of bulk shear in the area for the storm to work with. So it's got a little bit of organization, perhaps, potential to it.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the theme all week here. Any thunderstorms can produce these downbursts and go severe anytime. Jacob, if you have reports of hail, just text me because I know you have my number. Send pictures in. Yeah, these storms are moving very, very slow today. So when a storm hits you guys, it's probably going to stick over you for probably 10 to 15 minutes at the least. Depends on how big the storm is, of course. This one's pretty moderate. The one over in Oakland and Macomb, though, that's kind of training over the same area. And flash flooding conditions can occur today with these storm movements being very, very slow.
Getting localized swaths here just north of 96, west of Lowell, going into Lowell at this point. 1 to 2 inches of rain. Looks like right around 1.5 is going to be a good bullseye estimate. So if you're in Lowell, inch per hour rates likely higher than that with these storms.
So we have about 600 of you guys in here right now between YouTube and Facebook. If you haven't hit that like button yet, we haven't really mentioned it because we've been tracking this entire time, but it's the best way to support these streams as always. So if you haven't done your due diligence, as we like to say, feel free to do that. Don't have to, but it's there. Storms are heading the direction of pretty much east at 10 miles per hour.
Looks like a downburst signature there, again in Romeo, around the Romeo area. Still pretty weak in nature, according to radar, 20 to 30 miles per hour. But those can increase in strength quite quickly. So we're going to watch that as well. Got some back building now just north of Pontiac, south of Oxford, Lake Orion, Auburn Hills area. Looks like radar's indicating perhaps some hail falling with that storm as well. These are pretty much stationary, I'd say, moving toward Romeo. Just going to keep in mind as well, Romeo, with this storm over you, another one coming your way, watch out for flash flooding if you live in or around the Romeo area.
I will go ahead and take my radar back really quick.
Go for it. I didn't know I was live. Sorry.
No, you're good. VIL is picking up on some strong, I guess, hail signatures here, just along, I would say if you live along and south of Peck Lake Road down to, I believe that's Drew Road there and Clarksville Road. If you're traveling along 96 there between mile markers 52, 59 right now, you definitely want to be on alert for some hail. Again, pull over if need be, but do not park in the highway itself, on the highway itself, because that's very, very dangerous for you and motorists around you. Getting off the highway is obviously an option too. This is some interesting signature, and I saw that because I saw the pink start to pop up. I'm like, double check that. And we're getting quite a signature here. Posh, which is your probability of significant hail, usually 2 inches in diameter, heading right down 96 right now. That's about a 50 to 60%, maybe even up towards 70% in some spots. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, if you live in this area of the Lowell, the Saranac, Clarksville, Alto kind of quadrant, please, if you have any hail reports, send them in. You can tag us, or you can tag the National Weather Service Grand Rapids, especially National Weather Service Grand Rapids, because they're the ones that issue these warnings.
That'll be NWS. You say Grand Rapids? I think you did. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The hail core is pretty much right over 96 right now, as well as Grand River Avenue.
Yeah, I was trying to find a MDOT drive cam there, but there is none local to that area.
There is a camera up at the exit 52. But there's not one at exit 59, which is this one right here where Clarksville's at. I know that.
Yeah, 96 and 50 looking looks like it's traveling west. So unfortunately, not going to help us.
Facing the wrong direction.
New severe Macomb and Oakland counties. That's the storm I was watching behind the scenes. It looks like it upticked just a bit there with the velocities, with the new downburst there by Romeo. That's going to be that storm.
You want to go to your radar really quick so you can cover that?
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, cool. So just kind of watching this area. This is your new polygon here. It's blinking on the screen. It'll pop in there. There it goes. All right, so red indicates winds moving away. Green's going toward the radar. This is a pretty classic downburst here. We see them. This is the 4th or 5th day in a row we've seen these downbursts occur. They're very common summertime thunderstorms. So likely seeing some pretty strong winds here. The warning text here is going to be for quarter-sized hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looking at the VIL, which is your hail tracker, we are getting those 2 pockets here of a decent-sized hail. First one back here is going to be just over Oakland Charter Township, north of Auburn Hills, north of Rochester. And the other one is going to be for the Romeo area, heading up toward Armada. These are moving really slowly, and they're kind of almost stationary, kind of drifting the way they want to drift. If we go ahead and loop this back here, we're going to see the motion's pretty much east, a little bit northward movement there, but a development on both sides of these storms are possible, as this is putting it in an outflow boundary on both sides. We see one here and also one up here. So additional development is still possible around these storms. So if you live anywhere within this yellow warning polygon, from Memphis down to New Baltimore, back toward Auburn Hills, up to Oxford Charter Township, anywhere in that yellow box, you guys need to be inside and away from windows. Hail and damaging winds are the threats with this severe warning. Not seeing too much of a wind threat at this point in time with this other one, but a hail threat for sure near Oakland Charter Township. The bulk of the wind looks to be over the M53 area, just around the Romeo, South Romeo area. So Wolcott Mill, Ray Center, Davis, Washington Township. We're going to call Armada as well soon. New Haven, perhaps, next couple of minutes. So looking at that, how it develops, looking at it's pretty steady of a downburst there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Doesn't look too overly oh wow, look at that. But definitely a downburst there. So gusty winds and probably some large hail potential with that cell. If you want to take yours back, Jewel, you are more than welcome to.
Yep. New special alert statement just issued. It just came in. Not sure for where. Oh, it's going to be Monroe.
Monroe County.
Southern Monroe. How about your house?
Oh, yeah. Perfect. So.
Is your camera facing south?
I'm facing north.
Oh, well, never mind.
If I faced it south, we'd be seeing a big old tree.
Wow, it's still some heavy winds here in the Clarksville, the Saranac area where Morrison Lake Road is. Morrison Lake Golf Club is in this path. We'll be on top of you guys in probably about 3 minutes here. Jackson Road. It's pretty much traveling right down Grand River Avenue and I-96 at this current time. The strongest winds, at least. The biggest pocket of wind, though, right now is going to be right over Kaiser Road. And points surrounding. It looks interesting on radar, but right now you can see it's outflow dominant given this outflow boundary in front of it. It's not really doing anything kind of, suspicious. And we don't expect that to be the case today either. Comment here saying Romeo's very bad right now. Or getting hit so bad. And zooming out the full picture, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. One for eastern Oakland and northern Macomb with a special alert statement on top of it. You also have a special alert statement down here that hasn't populated on my screen yet for southern Monroe, the cell crossing over from Sylvania. And then, of course, we have a couple showers and storms rumbling across the Lansing metro right now. Nothing severe, nothing special weather statement even at this time. East Lansing, Michigan State campus there. A cell just north of Marshall that is just pretty much a shower at this point, and then a bunch of outflow boundaries and lake breezes in this area too. We'll have to watch for development here as this is the western edge of the marginal risk for today. And then, of course, we have our severe thunderstorm warning for western Ionia County. They'll probably trim Kent County from it here shortly. And then we're also watching development up here in northern Kent County, where Kent City, Sparta, Cedar Springs, up towards Sand Lake are, as well as Pearson, Michigan. There is not currently a tornado in Romeo. What?
No, I see a downburst signature, so likely just gusty winds there.
And National Weather Service would, if they were saying that, it would be under a tornado warning. So it's.
Melissa, NWS has not said anything about tornado. Please do not say that in chat.
Yep.
If NWS said anything about tornado, this would be tornado warned. It's not tornado warned.
Yep.
If you want to take my Omega here, real quick, I'll just go over this. So with these greens and reds here, this is the Romeo area. So we're seeing these greens and reds on velocity, which is your wind direction. The radar site is over here. Reds are going away from the radar. Greens are going towards. So reds are going this way. Greens are going back this way. They're not meeting. They're going opposite directions here. So this is not tornadic. This is purely a localized microburst or downburst with a lot of gusty winds, likely.
Yeah, you guys do have to be I guess what's the word I'm looking for?
Careful what you guys say. There's a lot of people who watch this with anxiety and stuff like that.
Yep.
And when there's unbased claims like that, it freaks people out unnecessarily. So if this was a tornado, we would call it out as we would see it. If there was a warning, we'd say that. But there's nothing here.
What is happening here? So this is this looks funny because here in Clarksville, when we see this kidney bean shape on radar, it's like, oh, it's usually indicative of what's a large supercell, perhaps like a tornado, but we're not seeing like rotation. You have to go to velocity and check it out. And again, we're just seeing these downburst winds. So this is greens heading towards the radar site, reds heading away. And similar to where the storm location is, if you flip it back and forth or duo box it, you can see that all the winds are heading in opposite directions outward from the storm and not converging. If we saw converging, we would see something that lines up in the same location of right over Clarksville where green and red is really close together. And we're not seeing that. However, it is still damaging winds, and those can cause as much damage as a weak EF0 tornado. So you do want to be taking your necessary precautions for damaging winds at the very least, especially here in Ionia County.
All right, getting a report of emergency management out of Kent County reporting thunderstorm wind damage. Doesn't really say much of what happened, just emergency management reports. It's going to be 90. The intersection here on your Alto is where it was reported at.
Alto?
Yeah, roughly right around the GR radar site between that and Alto.
Gotcha.
That's where it dropped here on the LSR.
It'll probably populate here in just a second. I don't see it yet. Oh, yeah. So I saw a comment about there's a tornado symbol on my radar. Those tornado symbols are automated, generated. They're not actually what's actually happening there. Again, that's why we say don't listen to your radar apps, because that's another inconsistency with radar apps is they like to put false symbols on there. They kind of give you a rough idea what's happening, but it's not actually happening. We have to dive into the different radar scans, the velocity, the correlation coefficient, and stuff like that. So actually, I didn't even check correlation coefficient for hail in this area. And let me back it up a couple scans, see if that was actually falling heavily there. And it looks like it was. So brief period, if you live anywhere along the Ionia County, Kent County line, south of Peck Lake Road and north of Drew Road, there was a brief period of time where it looks like the hail core was really intensified, and then it moved down 96 towards the Saranac-Clarksville exit. So if you have any hail reports, please send those in. We do appreciate them.
Kent County now is canceled for the severe warning. It is now only for Ionia County. Looks like they may have canceled the one from Macomb as well. I'm not popping it up on Omega anymore, but it's still on GR2. I will work to confirm that. I don't think that's... Yeah, I don't see any cancellations, so I think it's just a feed issue for Omega. Oh, it's back on my screen now. All right, that makes sense. And that cell back there in Oakland and Macomb County is still producing downburst winds in 2 locations. Again, one near Lake Orion, just north of Rochester, and also one just south of Armada to the east of Romeo. So
there was a super chat from earlier I forgot to mention, Ryan, from Dry Oatmeal. I said going outside is like getting hit in the face with a hot, wet mop.
Air you can wear.
Yep. Thank you, Dry Oatmeal, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
And the warning polygon has now disappeared off Omega. I have no idea what's going on. I may have to just switch over to GR2 today. That's going to be like that.
Yeah.
I try to restart this, and now it's back. I don't get it.
Yeah, counties in the current warning are Ionia, Macomb, and Oakland, but only partial parts of each county. So for Ionia County, it's going to be western Ionia County, and then northern Macomb and eastern Oakland, I do believe. Right, Ryan?
Well, the polygon disappeared again, so let me go and hop out in GR2. It's going to be for all of northern Macomb and then northeastern Oakland. I'm going to restart this. This is ridiculous.
Again, when we're tracking a lot of severe weather, there's a lot of the comments we don't usually get to because it's areas that are away from the thunderstorm. So again, we do have moderators in chat that can answer those questions for you. We do appreciate our mods, of course, as always. We have, I think, more mods on YouTube. So if you want to answer and if you want to subscribe and your comments answered on YouTube, we do appreciate it there. Have more of a, I guess you could say, a staff over on YouTube. So, and much love to our moderators. We appreciate you guys very much.
Looks like Drew is going to be on this Ionia County cell.
You got a vehicle?
I believe so. Don't quote me on that, but he's sending pictures in the Michigan chat.
Mm-hmm.
Also, check out the latest velocity scan near Clarksville. I'm becoming a little bit more intrigued by this.
Let me loop it here. I don't see anything. Of course, with all the roads on my screen, it's very slow.
Severe warning continues for Macomb and Oakland, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Seeing some downbursts there. Still, again, your Oakland Charter Township, Clifton Mill, Washington Township, Campbell's Corners, north of Rochester. Potentially one over Race Center just south of Armada as well. So that warning continues. I do think the overall risk in that warning polygon from Macomb and Oakland is still going to be primarily just damaging winds, but also potential for a lot of flooding.
I'm gonna look at autumn sky really quick.
That's a good idea. This is going to be Ionia County. What is the YouTube channel called? It's just Michigan Storm Chasers, and we have roughly about 11,000 subscribers. So there could be fake accounts on there. Make sure you find the right one. We are live right now, so if you're watching on Facebook, you'll hop over to YouTube, search it. You should see us live there. But if not, go to our page, channel, hit the live section. It'll pull up all of our feeds.
Yep, I attached the account tag on the stream so you guys can see it. This is turning into like a classic supercell here, Ryan.
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's interesting too, because I mentioned earlier there's a little bit of a pocket of the SCP there, but also a little bit of an isolated.
Upgraded. It is now considerable severe.
For Ionia?
Ionia County's considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, just got it. Tornado possible as well. So right. they are seeing this is a tornado possible on this storm. As Joel's been calling out here, this storm looks like a supercell. And I also mentioned about 15 minutes ago, there is a pocket of heavier wind shear in this general vicinity, and also a pocket of what we call supercell composite. So there's just enough ingredients here, perhaps, that this storm is trying to rotate just a bit. It's a very classic bean shape type of supercell, like a C, not bean, but more like a C shape. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Nothing screams tornadic at this point to us, but being a supercell, it is capable. Regardless of that, the warning is now for considerable severe. I'm not getting warnings on Omega, so I'm going to switch this over to my laptop. I'm tired of this. At least my radar product today is having some issues pulling in the actual warnings. So we may have to stick with GR2 for the radar today and hope that satisfies everything here.
Carrie has re-upped her membership for another month here. Carrie, thank you very much for your continued support here at Michigan Storm Chasers and becoming re-upping for another month here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you very much.
Hey, Joel, check out the shape of the storm in Macomb County as well.
Oh, yeah, I see that. And this is from the Grand Rapids radar, but look at that.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, these storms do look like they're at least trying to become supercells with perhaps large hail and damaging winds. Still not seeing enough really a widespread amount of wind shear here to be worried about tornadoes that much. But regardless, there are some boundaries at play today, so that could be locally enhancing shear as well. Although I will say there is a downburst ongoing now. This is where I wish I had Omega, dude. This is.
Yeah.
All right,
surface-based tape is now upwards of 2,500 to 3,000. I think you mentioned that earlier, but it's still there.
Yep. There's a localized downburst occurring right now over the Mount Vernon neighborhood. This is going to be Rochester Road. Crossroad is going to be a lot of subdivisions here. Let me find a crossroad for you here. East Snell Road. So Rochester and Snell, that general area near Mount Vernon, Washington Township, Oakland County, Macomb County line. DTX issues flood advisory for Macomb and Oakland counties. So mentioned that a few minutes ago as well. We're getting those increases of, not increase, but more so heavy rain training over the exact same areas. And that, and in turn, has prompted a flood advisory there. Looks like that storm in Ionia is attached to itself to an outflow boundary, Joel. It's attached itself.
So it has latched onto its own outflow boundary, is what I'm hearing.
That's what it looks like on radar, yes.
Is it ingesting the outflow boundary? Because then we have to start prepping for the right things.
I mean, you can loop it just north of Lake Odessa there. It's basically riding the outflow boundary just behind it, which is insane. But I'm curious to see the mesoscale update at 310.
Yeah, so our 215 update of the mesoscale shows 150 joules of 3 cape, which is our very low level instability. So it's very unstable at the low levels of the atmosphere, which is what we need for like good rooted thunderstorms, as well as our surface vorticity is also upticked a little bit, and it's actually maxed as it gets into that marginal risk zone over by the Lansing area. So we'll have to watch the storm progress down 96 towards Lansing, but this storm is moving very, very slow at 10 miles per hour.
I don't know if we covered this, but 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail confirmed via spotter. Report just came in. NWS employee actually hailed a ping pong ball in Ionia, and a few minutes ago, a report from MPing of golf ball size hail.
Wow.
So golf balls and ping pong ball size hail is falling here in Ionia County with this supercell, as well as intense damaging winds upwards of close to 70 miles per hour. Another report coming in, NWS employee reports. Okay, same one. Okay, just double. Never mind. I thought it just came in here. But regardless of those risks, there is a tornado possible with this storm. Not seeing that currently, but the tag is there. So we are watching that closely.
In my skies, this weather literally happens all the time. You're literally banned from this channel now. Don't need that in here.
Joel, I probably should hop off here soon. I'm on dad duty, so
okay,
I'll be back.
Yep, there's your hail report. It just popped in here. So this is, wow, this is right over Morrison Lake Golf Club, where I literally just golfed there on Monday. So that's crazy. I'll have to see if they got hail damage there, but that is right there at Morrison Lake. So this is, again, confirmed 1.75 inches in diameter. These storms all moving off to the east for the most part at 10 miles per hour, at least for the severe thunderstorm warning in Ionia County. And then this one over here in Monroe, moving 15. And this one over in Monroe, sorry, not Monroe. Wow, I'm way off. Macomb, Oakland and Macomb, 15 miles per hour, 6-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and course ice hail.
Tornado possible on Macomb County now.
Really?
New warning upgrade.
Okay. Is it still? I just saw it populate.
60-mile-per-hour winds, hail, but also tor possible tag.
Okay. How's the weather in Macomb? Very stormy, you guys. This whole thunderstorm is pretty much the length of the entirety of Oakland County now, on the border, of course. So it's a very, very big storm. You should expect pretty much at least thunder if you live anywhere in Macomb County and this is heading your way. The warning is in effect for northern Macomb right now. So bear with us here. We're kind of back and forth between these two storms. It's tough to tell when and where they'll dissipate. And we're also watching this storm now up in Cedar Springs, which could latch onto something. I know Ryan's looking behind the scenes at this, but it has that look to it too, that it could become a supercell. This is something, okay? Obviously, this is instability fueled thunderstorms, but I did just check the shear, and we actually have a lot more shear out there today than previously thought. And so we'll have to be looking at that. So again, we have to look at shear, lift, instability, and moisture. Plenty of lift, plenty of instability. Those were pretty much slam dunks today. And again, with those outflow boundaries kind of just meandering around, that's just going to enhance lift even more. And then we have plenty of moisture. I do believe our PWATS, or precipitable water indexes, are 1.9 inches, which is pretty much your rainfall rate per hour. And that's why you see very heavy reds and pinks in these thunderstorms. And so you're going to get a lot of dumping rain. You already have a flood advisory here for Oakland and Macomb County. So moisture is not a problem. Lift instability is not a problem. And now we're looking at shear. That's what we need for spin. And we're starting to see that now. So again, we want to make you guys aware of as much weather as possible. There is not a tornado risk from the SBC today. They didn't issue a 2%. So it's lower than 2%. But again, it's not 0. So the ingredients are there for, I guess you could say, almost all severe weather hazards today, Ryan.
Hey, Joel.
Yeah.
New severe, considerable golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, Barry, Clinton, Eaton, Ionia.
Barry, Clinton, Eaton, Ionia. Okay, so that's going to be right here. So this looks like it's starting to make a little bit more of a right turn towards Lansing. So it's going to pretty much follow 96 down into the Lansing area.
And also no TOR possible tag on that new warning. No TOR possible.
Well, that's good. So tornado possible tag has been dropped, but it's still considerable for damaging winds and 1.75 inch hail. Yes, new SBC update comes at 4 o'clock. But currently no tornadoes, but 70-mile-per-hour winds you should treat as the equivalent of a weak tornado. So if you're in any of these polygons, you do want to be taking shelter immediately. Michigan will do whatever it wants. Yep. Again, with these storms are quite powerful today. We do appreciate it if you drop a like on the stream. Again, it not only helps you guys, but it also helps people that may not follow us see these streams quicker and more efficient. Pretty much bumps the algorithm for people living in the state of Michigan. So we do appreciate if you drop a like. You never know who could use the life-saving weather reports that we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers. So again, it's optional, but if you want to drop a like, we do appreciate it. So we're watching currently, we consider them severe thunderstorm warning considerable. The criteria for a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is 70-mile-per-hour winds and or 1.75 inch hail. And we're seeing that both in this storm, at least in Ionia County, right around the Lake Odessa area, Woodbury, Woodland, Sunfield, and eventually Portland as well. And what's nice about GR2 is I have the settings on here so you can kind of pick apart which type of warnings are which. So this warning is considerable. You can tell by the red line that outlines the normal orange line of a severe thunderstorm warning. Whereas you have the one down here in Macomb, which I don't, Ryan, you said it bumped up to 70 or something. Oh no, they added the TOR possibles. My bad. So it's not considerable. But so yeah, you can see that with the orange line with just a black line around it. Yeah, I'll switch to DTX for a little bit here. The bad part about switching between radars and GR2 is I lose all my previous radar scans. And on top of that, it takes 30 seconds to load in. So we're going to have to wait here really quick as now GR2 is not responding. So even better. This is why I don't change the radars often on GR2, because this stuff happens. There we go. Give it a second. There we go. That was a painful process. So here's your storm heading into Macomb County right now. We're going to take a look at the wind velocities. Strongest downburst signature right here north of Rochester right now. We also have another one over here towards Armada and Richmond and New Haven. Kind of a smaller cell, but nonetheless, it's still packing quite a punch. So be alert. Pretty much anywhere you live here in northern Macomb County, damaging winds are expected, as well as extreme northeastern Oakland County, pretty much south of Oxford, north of Pontiac. So if you live in that little area there, again, respect the polygon. If you're in this orange box, you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning for 6-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps 1 inch hail. Again, today is a marginal risk day. which is a level 1 of 5 on the severity scale from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman. And we're getting pretty powerful storms out there, and they are turning into what are supercells. I do believe one of our Chaser Partner Network people are coming in here right now. Christina's in here.
I just got out of work, and I'm kind of right near that cell that's over Macomb County. I don't know if you can see it on my screen.
Yeah. Do you think if you're able to turn it horizontal? You don't have to, but
okay. I just don't know how to flip the camera so it's the other way.
Yeah. it's a little complicated, but at the bottom there, down the road ahead of you, it looks like some sort of tail cloud or perhaps some loose scud being ingested into that storm.
Yeah, that's where I'm headed right now.
All righty. Well, keep us updated on that, and we do appreciate you for the in-field update.
Definitely. You're welcome.
All right. That was Christina from the Macomb area. We also have a live shot from Ryan's house in Lenawee County. There's some nice cumulus clouds there. We'll kind of put them all in boxes here so we kind of see them all at the same time. But yeah, so we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. Macomb, Oakland is one, and then you have this new one for Ionia, Clinton, Eaton, and Berry counties. And this is for that 1.75-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And this is confirmed from National Weather Service employees. So damage shot is considerable there, and that's why we have the tag as such on the top of the screen. Let me see if I can get another layout here so I can kind of make the most of everything that's going on. Try this one. Perfect. And then we'll do that. So again, these are looking like they have those kidney bean shapes to them today. So they look like mini supercells out there. With supercells being the play, then that means all hazards do come into play. But again, that risk for tornadoes today is less than 2%. Oh, wow. Check that out. That's quite the base formation on that storm there.
I'm actually going to be heading away from it, but I wanted to hop on so you guys could actually see it.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem.
It's quite the base there. Not too interesting. I mean, it's not like wall cloud-esque yet, but definitely if anyone else has eyes on it, we do appreciate it as well. Keep us posted on that as always. Drive safely out there, Christina. Again, thank you for your report.
Oh, definitely not a problem. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we kind of have a cluster of storms here in the Macomb County area. So it's just, if you're in Macomb County, be advised, strong wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour are heading your way, especially if you live in this northern portion of the county. And switching back here to Grand Rapids, we're going to take a look at this. Because from the Detroit radar, I can see something. And it's not responding. There we go. All right. Okay. Again, no tornado possible with this one. It looks like it's kind of handing off its juice, I guess you could say, to other storms nearby. And notice how storms are firing behind the outflow boundary, again, in the same spot here in southeastern Kent County. So again, flooding is definitely on the table for today. These storms moving at 10 miles per hour. I'm also watching this storm up here now in Cedar Springs, because this has a very, very heavy pocket of wind, 30 to 40 knots though. So it's not quite severe, but again, the brighter velocities are there in the Cedar Springs area. So be advised, strong gusty winds coming into that area, as well as probably some hail. Yep. So between Rockford and Cedar Springs, picking up on VIL a little bit, that there could be a little bit of a hail core. Checking out our storm down here in Lake Odessa, there's still one that exists as well. Nothing too significant. Our POSH index, which is your probability of significant hail, 2 inches and greater, not really showing much anymore. If we go back and loop it here, actually, well, it wasn't visible. So 2 inches not expected, but if you look at your VIL loop, hail core's kind of always been there. Okay. Switching back to key one, zooming out a little bit so everyone can see the radar again. We're covering 2 different locations, maybe more like 3 different locations right now. You have northern Kent, you have the Lansing Metro, and then north side of Macomb County. So we're looking at 3 different metros right now. So I'm kind of switching between all 3, and I'm the only one here on staff right now that can kind of do that because everyone's kind of occupied with work. So, but just in, we actually now have a tornado warning. This is going to populate here in just a second. And we have a tornado warning and now a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Kent. So this tornado warning is going to come in for a storm heading for Lansing.
What just happened? I missed like the past 10 minutes.
Tornado warning has been issued for Sunfield, Grand Ledge, Eagle. And I will read this off. This is radar indicated. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Ionia, northeastern Barry, southwestern Clinton, and northwestern Eaton until 3:45. At 3:05 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lake Odessa, or 11 miles southwest of Portland, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, possible tornado and golf ball-sized hail. Source, radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. So again, if you live in a mobile home, now is your time to take your action if you are in this tornado warning. Grand Ledge, Eagle, Sunfield, down towards even Potterville, you guys are outside of that warning box, but be advised this is heading your way in the near term. It's interesting because I'm not seeing much information. Yeah, right there. Kind of.
You just got to watch the hook there. My feed on Radar Scope is also not working, which is ridiculous. So GR2 is the way to go today.
Yep. Again, respect the polygon. If you're in this red box, you can see on radar, you're in the tornado warning. Again, this is covering partial quadrants of 4 different counties. So perhaps your county may have different, like jurisdictions and stuff. So for example, northern Eaton is in this tornado warning right now. However, it only covers again, it's only this quadrant of Eaton County, the northern half. So if you're down towards Eaton Rapids, Bellevue, Olivet, you might be hearing sirens, but again, you're not in that tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning is for northern Eaton, as well as extreme northeastern Barry, as well as southern Ionia and extreme southwestern Clinton County. So again, Portland, you are right on the edge of that tornado warning box. So it's a safe bet that the sirens are going off there, as you can see here in chat. Again, this is heading for the Lansing Metro. So it's not going to be there for a while. It's got a long ways to go. But if you know anyone, Grand Ledge, Waverly, Lansing area, Diamonddale, as well as Potterville, share the stream with them. Anything you can do. Again, we're going to be tracking this as long as need be. We have a bunch of severe going on right now. Quickly, before I forget, I'm going to go over to the severe in northern Kent County now and read this one off. So this is, again, issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. It's in effect for central Kent until 3:45 p.m. The National Weather Service at 3:06 saw a severe thunderstorm located over Rockford, or 13 miles north of Grand Rapids, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So this is kind of sliding off to the southeast more. Hazard of this 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. No tornado possible with that one in Rockford. Locations impacted: Rockford, Grattan, Cedar Springs, Belmont, Murray Lake, Cannonsburg, and Northview. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning up there. We're watching this tornado ring right now. We have a kidney bean shape, classic kidney bean shape here. You can see with the hook, and that's what we look for in these supercells, is right where the hook's located for rotation. We're going to duo box this, and you can kind of see it's trying to wrap up a little bit here, just extremely north of Woodbury along the M66 corridor. The intersection right there where that's located right now is Musgrove Highway and Harwood Road, just north of Lake Odessa. Ryan, if you have an update, go for it.
I do not. I'm trying to get Omega to work.
Okay. Again, we are live here on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. So if you know people that may not have Facebook, tell them to watch us on YouTube. You don't need an account to do so. So we're going to be live again as long as need be. Feel free to share the stream, hit the like button. Anything helps. Spread the word of what's going on right now across the state. And again, it's a marginal risk day. So kind of goes to show you, risk be taken.
Just want to say as well, don't let your guard down in Kent County. That also looks a little interesting to me as that moves toward Rockford and then also through eastern Kent. So we're going to watch that extremely closely, but don't let your guard down in Kent. Severe warning is in effect there for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So just keep an eye on that storm. I will and just make sure you're staying alert there for any changes in Kent County. As far as the storms go in Macomb and Oakland County, I'm not seeing much anything worth writing home about on that storm besides just a possible little bit of a downburst just north of Rochester. But otherwise, going back to that tornado warning as that's priority at this point, looks like the bulk of the rotation, which isn't much of rotation, is going to be just about 2 miles north of Lake Odessa. So we're talking Jordan Lake Road, other crossroads here of South State M66, Crossroad Henderson and Harwood. New update here is move that a little bit further to the south, though. So let's go ahead and take a peek at this. Looks like the bulk of this. Go ahead and split screen this actually to get a better idea.
You're not sharing your stream right now, but
I know I'm just pulling some road names out.
Okay. While you're doing that, Red Dozer with a $50 super chat. Thank you very much, Red Dozer. He says, "Hey Joel, your chat with the weather cheat codes worked. Guess who had a pop-up shower yesterday?" That is good. We were talking yesterday on the streams, and we were hoping you can get some rain. It sounds like you did. And speaking of cheat codes, again, I mentioned about 20 minutes ago the 3 Cape and the surface vorticity. Right now, 150 joules of 3 Cape, which is a lot of surface instability. And so that combined with our surface vorticity as it increases towards the Lansing area, sneaky things can happen, and sneaky things look like they're about to happen. But again, rotation right now is kind of weak right now. And it almost looks like it's on its way out. But again, you look at the shape with all these storms, and they have that kidney bean shape on them today. So these are definitely turning into what could be mini supercells, and probably are mini supercells.
And I will say, no, Abby is not on the ground to our knowledge. So this is not on the ground, guys. So as you're watching, it's just a warning for radar indications. But also the reason that this is happening is wind shear today is a tad bit higher than it was the previous days. We just got the 3 o'clock mesoscale, Joel. There's a pocket of 30 to 35 bulk shear, knots of bulk shear there, roughly in that storm zone. So as that pushes south, it should go out of that zone. So the environment that it's in right now, it looks to be best. There's a supercell composite of 2 from there, just north of Lansing. But further south, this thing gets to better.
Gotcha.
But it looks like it's moving east, so it may be in this pocket for a little bit longer. Also, a lot of boundaries out there that we, cannot see on, forecast models. So there's lake breeze boundaries, there's outflow boundaries that can increase lift and wind shear to get rotation to happen. But also, something we're also going to watch is the vorticity and 3 Cape overlap, which is what we call the cheat code for some funny stuff to happen. We have a lot of that here within South Central Michigan today. So there are a couple things here that are coming together. Perhaps to get some supercell thunderstorms that are going to try to rotate today. And while we don't see anything rotating that hard, they are supercells in nature, and supercells are dangerous in general. So treat them seriously And if anything else goes tornado warned, we're going to be on this and covering it throughout the day. Although it looks like the pocket of better ingredients is going to be from roughly Grand Rapids over to about Owasso. And that's about all I see right now as per the latest mesoscale update that we have.
Yep. Thank you, Carrie, for the $5 super chat. Saw you mention that.
Joel,
they said thank you for keeping us safe.
Joel, Merger, Rockford, watch that close.
Yep, I was just about to head up that way because it looks like it has a little bit of a ball there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, guys, watch if you live in the Rockford, Cannon Township, Grattan area, over toward, we're going to say Belding, just to the west of Belding, really. You guys need to be on alert here. This storm is looking gusty, but also a merger is about to happen, which can also increase lift and perhaps spin something up there. So we're going to watch that extremely closely as well in Kent County. New warning coming in over on the east side. Looks like for northern Wayne, southeastern Oakland, and southern Macomb. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado possible tag on that one. So if you want to take, I'm not sharing, am I? Okay. Hold on, let me get this up here so I can show you guys this. So the warning is flashing over here on the right side of your screen. So areas like Sterling Heights, Warren, along 94, close to St. Clair Shores, St. Clair, or Lake St. Clair, should I say, Clinton Township as well. This is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps quarter-size hail. Not seeing too much in the way of winds here, but again, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And also looking at the hail tracker here. We're going to pull this up just a second here. There we go. Not too much on the VIL, but still bears watching. I'm really intrigued by that Rockford cell, Joel.
Yep, I am too. We also have a new member, Everett Dahl. Thank you for becoming a channel supporter real quick. Thank you very much. Back to the severe, though.
Yeah, let's take a peek at the VIL on the southern Ionia County cell that's currently tornado warned. The VIL looks like some good sized hail falling on 66 just to the north of Woodbury near Lake Odessa. Yep. So be prepared for damaging winds as well as large hail, as well as possible tornado, although we're not seeing anything too concerning velocity wise at this point. The potential still remains, but that Rockford cell is one to watch.
Yeah, and you can see like the size is like 2 times as big.
Right.
So 2 times the moisture, 2 times everything else. And that actually formed on the outflow boundary of this storm earlier too. If you go back and loop it, and then these storms are kicking off outflow boundaries in other directions. So we have just a million microscale features out there today that are all interacting, moving in different directions, and funky things can happen again when we have all these boundaries moving all over the state. So, and even our mesoscale maps that we're looking at right now, they don't show lake breezes. So they show you like the ingredients and stuff, but they don't show you what's actually happening at the surface. Again, we got you guys covered here. We'll tell you if there's something on the ground, but right now there's just one tornado warning. It is radar indicated. It doesn't mean it's on the ground, but rotation is there. It's very weak, I would say, at this point. It's kind of on its way out. I would imagine they might cancel this here soon. But again, if you're in Sunfield, Mulkin, seek shelter immediately. Head this way. You never know what could happen. Again, beam height at this height is 1,600 feet. That was the same height as the Livonia tornado. And look what happened on the Livonia tornado. We didn't really see it at all. So be careful.
Getting a report out of Clarksville of golf ball size hail via public MPing report. That happened 2:46.
Yeah. If you want to go over, if you want to take the east side of the state storms, go over them. That way I don't have to switch between radar sites because every time I do that, my radar goes not responding.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on things here. Not seeing too much of anything concerning besides gusty winds. There is an outflow boundary there, perhaps a lake breeze boundary close in there, Macomb County, northern Wayne. Right now, though, not seeing too much of anything concerning. New velocity scan going around here on Omega.
For GR.
Yeah, I'm on that Rockford cell watching like a hawk.
Yeah, we just got the base reflectivity in. We'll see. It's going to come in here in about 15 seconds for me. Is it fully loaded for you yet?
It's 2 seconds. Okay, nothing concerning.
Okay. So you can definitely tell there's some strong, very strong winds within this entire line here, given that these bright greens are occurring. So if you live in the severe thunderstorm warning in Kent County, this is heading your way, especially down towards north half of Lowell, Murray Lake. There's not many areas out here, but I do know Murray Lake is out there. So if you're on the boat on Murray Lake, you want to be seeking shelter in the next 5 to 10 minutes for sure. Anywhere along the M44 corridor between Rockford, I know it doesn't really go into Rockford, but just that blue line right there is all M44 all the way to the county line towards Smyrna and Belding. Definitely be taking shelter pretty much anywhere in this orange box downstream from this storm currently. And we're watching this closely because this has the same look as the storm that was currently or is currently tornado warned in Iowa County, except this storm is a lot bigger and there's really not much in the way of cutting off the inflow to it on the south side. So again, we'll have to watch that.
Okay, Kent County has now been upgraded to tornado possible.
Okay.
60 miles an hour and quarter size hail. So just the addition of a tor possible tag for Kent, which seems valid to what we've been seeing here the past 5-10 minutes.
Yep. And again, we have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground yet. These are all radar indicated. So again, just because there's a tornado warning in effect doesn't mean it's going to add to the tornado count at the end of the day, yada, yada. So, but again, tornado warning still very serious. If you live inside the red polygon, you want to be taking shelter immediately. Better be safe than sorry, of course. And outside of that tornado warning, again, you guys are still in that severe thunderstorm warning considerable. So 70 mile per hour winds is still very dangerous and 1.75 inch hail possible, especially here in this cell near the Portland area. Feels like MSC has been streaming for a month straight. We have been streaming for 5 days straight.
5 days straight, yep.
This is our 5th day of live coverage. We get very little sleep here, but we do it for you guys. So we appreciate it for y'all tuning in for us. Want to make sure you guys are safe. They did trim the severe a little bit. I know that you said they updated it. So Sparta's lesser in it now. Cedar Springs is on the edge of it, but still in that box as the storm is still kind of meandering its way out of Cedar Springs. These storms are moving very, very slow. So on top of the fact you have all these severe hazards possible today, you also have the potential for some flash flooding. We do have some flood advisories out right now in the Macomb area. As you can see, Romeo, Oxford, that green box there, as well as we have one down here on the south side of Detroit in the Dearborn area in Melvindale. So again, turn around, don't drown. And with any storms today, there's frequent cloud to ground lightning going on. So you have all the hazards, all the flooding. And on top of that, if you see lightning or hear thunder, you are close enough to get struck. So be very careful out there tonight.
Grand Rapids continues the warning for tornado, cancels Berry County. Golf ball size hail is possible to storm. Continues for Clinton, Eaton, Ionia County until 3:45.
Okay. Appreciate that. Go ahead and take your radar for Macomb. They need an update, probably.
Okay, give me a second. Again, still not seeing much of anything here. I'll go and pop this up. Not seeing much of anything over here in Macomb County. A few warnings for severe still in effect. Quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds are the main hazards. No possible tornado tag with these. We're not seeing anything via radar that would indicate that either. But gusty winds here all along the leading edge of this line. We go ahead and pop this in. So the main line here, the gust front, pushing into Macomb here, as well as perhaps northern Wayne County, north of Detroit Metro. So not seeing too much of anything concerning, but still large hail and damaging winds still possible. Nothing on radar that would indicate something that we'd point out and go, you guys need to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pop over here to Consumers Energy real quick and check to see if there's any outages coming in. Want to take your radar back, Joel? Is that cool?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
We just had a report come in the messenger. I see Morrison Lake, Clarksville, Michigan. That's going to be where that 1.75 inch hail is. So that might be a damage report there.
Yeah, I'm communicating with DTX right now.
Okay.
That Kent County cell looks a little bit more suspicious now too, as it gets a little bit of a supercellular shape there. Joel, I got messages for now, but yeah, thank you for tagging those.
Yep. Figured.
And also, just want to put a PSA real quick, guys. If you're going to message us, please message us like damage reports. Don't ask us questions. We're live for a reason here, and don't just say, "Hey, it started raining here." That doesn't really help us. We're trying to communicate damage. We're trying to communicate real-time reports here. So if you're going to message us, please, hail reports, that's okay. Damage reports, wind reports, that's okay. If you think you cited a funnel cloud tornado, that's okay as well. But please do not message us, "Hey, it started raining at my house." That doesn't help us here, okay? I don't mean to be rude, but we're trying to communicate here. This is just Joel and I working. So we're trying to get as much information out to you as possible without cluttering our boxes here. So,
and I will say, Ryan, we have a bunch of storms now firing off this outflow boundary in Vermontville and Charlotte. That's heading up towards our tornado warned storm right now. So we'll have to see how those interact with each other. Again, we have like outflow boundary mayhem going on right now. So we'll have to watch out for that. But again, this warning was trimmed. So Berry County, you are no longer in that tornado warning. We have in this extreme portion of Eaton County, northern Eaton County, Sunfield, Grand Ledge, where this red box is. Remember, respect the polygon. If you're inside this red box, you know where you live. Again, we have the roads on here too, on GR2, so you can kind of see them. I'm going to full screen it just for a brief second here, just so people can kind of see the roads a little bit better. So here's kind of your roads. There's not names on them, but you can kind of get the general gist. So Sunfield's right here, Mulligan's right here, Grand Ledge, Eagle, Portland. Again, this is why it's important to remember where you guys are located on a map, because when we're doing live coverage like this, you really want to make sure you know where you are in respect to a severe thunderstorm that is currently tornado warned. And right now, this is the one right here between Portland and Sunfield. And we actually have Corey Becker out there on it. Curious, I think he said he's going to be in here soon. He's going to be on it. Communicate with him.
Yeah, most of our partner chasers are either at their works or they're way out of position for this. So we'll get people in as we can.
Again, this is heading for the Lansing area. Right now, it looks like it's on its way out in terms of being tornadic. There's really not much. There's a little bit of reds and greens there over Sunfield.
Yeah, I'm going to say it looked like a little bit of an increase there.
But it's very weak. Like it's 15 to 20 knots. So it's very, very, very weak rotation. But again, it raised an eyebrow. It is tornado warned. Has been for a while. Again, it's kind of moved north of Lake Odessa and Sunfield towards the M43 corridor as it heads towards Grand Ledge.
And this warning is in effect for 17 more minutes according to the warning. So we'll see if they cancel that, or if that continues, it'll be in effect till roughly 3:45.
Yep.
Is Ingham County in the warning? No, Ingham County is not currently in that tornado warning. If they reissue this, if they were to reissue a warning, likely would include Ingham. But right now, we're just kind of waiting for them to decide what they're going to do. As the storm does look like Joel said, it looks like it's weak right now. But still, there's just a bit there that kind of warrants the attention.
If you know anybody that is downstream, I would say at this point, if you know anyone that lives on the east side of Kent County, west side of Ionia County, and west side of Montcalm County, feel free to share the stream with them. Again, these storms can fire anywhere, any time of day, with outflow boundaries heading in all different directions. So if you know anyone in the state that may not be tuning in, we got you guys covered. Feel free to share it with them. And of course, as always, hit the like button. It shares it with people that you may not know. So we do appreciate any support as always. Again, we have a lot of comments coming in, so we're not going to be able to read all of them. They're flying in from both YouTube and Facebook at the same time, with over 2,300 of you guys watching right now. So we're going to do our best to cover the live as needed. Again, we got 5 different warnings out there right now, 4 severe and 1 tornado. Like Ryan said, this tornado warning is in effect for another 15 minutes until 3:45. We'll read an update for those who are just tuning in on the tornado warning here. Tornado warning remains in effect till 3:45 for southeastern Ionia, southwestern Clinton, and northwestern Eaton counties. 3:22, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles southwest of Portland, moving east at 20 miles per hour now. Tornado golf ball size hail is possible. So again, even if there's not a tornado threat immediately, there is a damaging hail threat, damaging wind threat, 70 mile per hour winds, and 1.75 inch hail, which is pretty significant. But again, they don't have the winds listed on a tornado warning because what happens is a tornado warning takes over jurisdiction for any severe thunderstorm warnings that are already in effect. So fun fact about that. Ryan, do you want to answer the ops chat?
I can here in a second. Is it urgent?
No, they're just Mike is wondering what he should do.
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
Zooming out. We do have a report in of 0.88 inch hail in Rockford. That is dime to nickel size. Train spotter reported. Let's see what else is going on behind the scenes here. Yeah, so it looks like merger in process here in the Ionia County, Eaton County areas. Again, these storms are heading right towards each other. You know what's crazy, Ryan? Is I actually saw this in the models 2 days ago, or yesterday, I believe. You had all those cells moving in different directions off the outflow boundary. So the HRRR actually did a good job at that. However, we did not know it was going to be supercellular like this. So this is kind of a interesting surprise. Again, there was not a 2% tornado risk for Michigan today. We got a tornado warning out of it. So
that's why you should take every risk seriously in and around it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, there are a big lack of power outage reports. So that would basically indicate we're not seeing too much in the way of strong winds with these storms. I'm not seeing anything on the Consumers Energy Map for the Lake Odessa to Grand Rapids area. Northern Macomb, Northern Oakland warning has now been canceled. The Southern Macomb and Southeastern Oakland County severe warning remains in effect.
All right. I'm going to go back to velocity here in my radar. Yeah, this is still putting down some heavy winds up here in Rockford.
In the process of trying to find a camera from MDOT to take, but unsuccessful so far.
Yeah.
New scan coming around.
Yeah, again, please do not type in all caps. Keep it respectful, please. And the tornado warning is in effect for northern Eaton, southern Ionia, and southwestern Clinton County. So if you live in anywhere in this red box on the map, again, if you know where you are located on a county map, you're doing yourself a huge, huge favor. That way you don't have to ask where you are located. These storms are heading, again, we do want to tell you guys where these are heading. So these storms are heading into Lansing as they merge together. DeWitt, Lansing, Holt, Diamonddale. You guys aren't in any warning boxes, but pretty much all of the Lansing metro and surrounding suburbs. Be advised, you have a tornado warned storm heading your way. So again, anywhere in the Lansing area, East Lansing, even Mason, Okemos as well, even down towards Williamson, be advised these storms will be heading your way probably in the next hour, hour and a half. Again, these storms are moving 20 miles per hour.
Joel, we're going to need to watch that new scan just to the east of Rockford as well. Getting a report of ping pong ball size hail from NWS employee just south of Cedar Springs with the storm. So ping pong ball size hail is occurring as well. We're seeing a little bit of an increase, I'm going to say, of a little bit of rotation there just to the east of Rockford.
At the old US 131 Northland Drive area, 1.5 inch hail.
We got Corey in here. Hey, Corey, if you can hear us.
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah, your camera looks like it's half on your mount.
Yeah, I'm going to pull over and fix it. Just give me 1 second.
All right, sounds good. Hey, Corey, I'm going to mute you. If you want to talk, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Got it.
All right, so we got Corey in here. I believe he's in the Lansing area, if I'm not mistaken. No, Perry, Michigan is not under a tornado warning. There is currently no storm nearby Perry. But again, pop-ups are possible throughout the afternoon and evening. So if anything does happen, we'll be covering it.
Yep, and Perry is right here in the bottom corner. So you guys are county and a half away, and it's kind of heading away from you guys. Thank you, CJ, for your super chat. Appreciate it.
Train spotter reports wind gusts of 62 miles per hour in Rockford. So that storm is producing severe wind and ping pong ball size hail, guys. So Kent County, you guys need to be indoors. That storm is moving toward Grattan, Cannon Township, Parnell, Botswick Lake, Cannonsburg, and Mosley. Also, if you're outside this warning in Belding and Orleans, Greenville, Smyrna, Cook's Corners, you guys should be on alert. Potential downstream warning would be in line, I would assume, for this cell in a few minutes.
If I was home today, I'd be chasing this. This is crazy.
Yeah, definitely not expected. Continues severe warning for Kent, 60 mile per hour winds observed. Hail says dime size, but I'm not sure if that's contradictory to what the report that came out at 3:29 as well of ping pong ball size hail. So I'm not sure what's up with that.
They were just slightly behind because I did get the report of 0.88 inches, and then they got the 1.5 inch report in like just now. So
Grand Rapids expires tornado warning for Clinton, Eden, and Ionia. So no more tornado warning in effect, guys. It's good news.
We still have considerable though.
Yep. So still golf ball size hail as well as 70 mile per hour winds in effect for the same counties, Ionia, Clinton, and Eaton. And we're also watching a little bit of rotation perhaps taking shape just to the east of Rockford in Kent County. Nothing overly concerning, but again, with what we've been seeing with these storms so far, it bears close watching, which is what we're doing here. See that little bit of a notch there in that storm on Joel's radar, and also that boundary, a little bit of a line coming out of that storm. The combination of all these things coming together today are really getting these storms to be to try to rotate, but they're missing a lot of ingredients, so they're not getting the job done, so to speak. And that's a good thing, but we are just getting just enough ingredients that makes us kind of go, hey, watch us.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to take, I'll take mine real quick. And if you're just tuning in here watching, more pop-ups are possible across the state today. But just going to keep in mind, we have a lot of what we call surface boundaries, either lake breeze boundaries or outflow boundaries. You can see these on radar here. There's one here out of the storm that looks really prominent. There's one up here in Grand Rapids. Now, those boundaries, number one, they can produce lift to get more storms to fire up, but they can also locally enhance wind shear. Wind shear is important to damaging winds and also tornadoes. So even though the large-scale environment today, like wind shear, instability, all that kind of stuff, isn't supportive of tornadoes, we can still get these spin-ups try to occur, especially in places where these boundaries exist, these mesoscale features that can't be predicted days in advance. So just want to point that out as well. So number one, additional storms are possible, severe weather possible as well with these storms. But also a couple instances of brief rotation could be possible today as well. Mm-hmm. Especially from Grand Rapids to about Owasso, that general corridor here. The best environment currently that we're seeing is going to be between Grand Rapids and Owasso. And that was as of our 315 mesoscale update.
So guys, this is Corey. These two cells in Ionia look like they're about to merge. So I'm heading a little bit east, and then I'm going to stop and turn around so I can get a better look at them. So I'm kind of going back to the east for a little bit because it looks like that one to the south is kind of going to merge into that one that earlier was tornado warned. Mm-hmm. And then I'll turn around and give you guys a better look.
Appreciate it, Corey. And Corey is near the Grand Ledge area right now where Eaton County, Ionia County, Clinton County all come together. And so he'll have eyes on that as these two cells move together, as you can see right on radar. New velocity scan in.
Looks interesting there, Joel. Looks like we have a merger going on again, perhaps.
Yep. No, I'm looking at Rockford right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. That boundary's trying to play villain.
Yep. I'm gonna go look at Mezzo because I didn't check the 3 o'clock, even though it's already closer to 4 now. There was a Mezzo low earlier, Ryan, that moved on shore and probably associated with that surface vorticity that we're seeing right now. And there's a lot of it. We're actually upwards of 175 3 cape right now, which is it's above average amount for surface instability. And that coupled with surface vorticity, again, like we mentioned at the beginning of the stream here, that can be indicative of what could be brief spin-ups.
Just want to update for Clinton, Eaton, and Ionia County warning until 4 p.m. They dropped the hail down to a quarter, but the wind stays at 70. We are still considerable with that warning.
Okay. Corey is still on that one. I see that updated on my screen.
Also, just a brief update here from Macomb County, as well as northern Wayne and southeastern Oakland. Severe warning storm ends in effect over there for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Downburst looks like downburst is occurring here just north of Royal Oak, Madison Heights, near Warren and Troy, near the Big Beaver neighborhoods. So it doesn't look too concerning, but again, with those downbursts, they can be a little sneaky. So if you're in that warning polygon, make sure you're indoors and away from windows, just in case, as the winds there could get gusty.
DTX responded. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I already got that a few minutes ago.
Okay, cool. And there's no more tornado warning in effect anymore, but you still do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Ledge, Eagle, Portland, Sunfield, down towards Potterville.
Is the Eden County warning over, Joshua asks? No, it is not. It is still a severe warning. Tornado warning is over, yes, but severe continues for northern Eden County.
Yep. Thank you, Josh.
And that storm is located just to the west of Grand Ledge, near Sunfield, Mulliken, moving to the kind of northeast toward Grand Ledge.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably going to merge with this cell up here near 96.
100%.
I will be right back, Joel.
Okay. I will take my screen live here. Yeah, Rockford, you guys are getting hit with some very heavy winds right now. Even along the M57 corridor, heading towards Greenville and Belding as well. And you can see this pocket of greens. Ooh, too far in. Right there, right over the Whitehall Street area and Peterson Street, going to CC. Okay, this is ingesting some inflow now, I believe. It kind of has that look to it. You do have some reds starting to pop up.
So, Joel, I'm going to hop off for now, but I'll be on this Grand Ledge storm. If anything develops, I'll hop back on and I'll be here.
All right. Thank you very much, Corey.
I'll see you guys.
Timbo Slice with a $10 super chat says, "Great work, guys. Grab a coffee or Monster, whatever you use for fuel. Pure adrenaline, maybe." Yeah, we'll grab a coffee though. I'm not much of a coffee drinker, but I'll grab something to keep me awake. Thankfully, it's not at night, so I'm kind of already awake. But do appreciate you as always, Timbo, for supporting the channel. But I am currently watching. So out of the storms right now, again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning still down here in the Warren area, southern Macomb, and northern Wayne. I'm going to wait for Ryan to get back so we can go over that real quick. But radar update is I'm starting to see some inflow, a little bit of ingested inflow here on the storm just to the east of Rockford. So heading right towards the Nugent Avenue and the Wabasis Avenue area. And this is going to be north of 9 Mile at this current time. So Smyrna Belding, you guys aren't in a warning, but you should definitely be on alert for this storm heading your way. And there's also going to be some large hail in this one too, as you can see here with your hail core. So that is heading your way downstream. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Just popped in. Reads as follows. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Kent and northwestern Ionia County and south central Michigan until 4:30. So this is going to be for 45 more minutes. 3:44 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles east of Rockford or 9 miles southwest of Greenville, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty slow, as always. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. It is trained weather spotter confirmed. Hail damage is expected to vehicles and wind damage to roof siding and trees to be expected. Locations impacted include Belding, Gretton, Orleans, Murray Lake, Smyrna, and Canonsburg. Alt text says, remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once to the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Tornado possible on this severe thunderstorm warning. And again, a little bit of tornado safety if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning today. Again, tornadoes can develop at any time, as they said. And what you should do, again, as always, basement or interior room. All right. When you do go downstairs, you want to be in a, I guess you could say, a central location, as long as you have a helmet on and as long as you have shoes on. Because again, if let's say a tornado does happen, all right, you're not going to be want to be walking barefoot across nails and stuff of your house that got hit. So you want to be taking your shoes because that's not going to be fun to walk on. Take your valuables again, and any way that you can protect your head, because blunt force trauma is a huge thing when it comes to falling roofs and stuff like that. So any way you can protect your head is the best way you want to do that. But again, we have no tornado warnings on the ground, or no tornado warnings in effect right now. Just some severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags on them. So there is that for you. There's a little bit of a briefing. We do actually have a new special weather statement. And this storm is doing its own thing too as it heads due north. So we have this storm down here heading southeast. We have this storm up here heading due north. So Morley, Stanwood, Howard City area, special weather statement in effect until 16:30. So that's going to be until 4:30. 3:42 p.m. Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm 6 miles west of Howard City, 10 miles east of Newaygo, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard winds in excess of 40 in pea-sized hail with that one. So that's kind of riding that outflow boundary from the original storm that formed over Grand Rapids Airport earlier today, which is now all the way down by Lansing. Kelly with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for the lives. Our whole family appreciates all of you. Thank you very much, Kelly, for your support of our channel here at MSC. And we do appreciate you, as always, for tuning in. I'm going to go check the velocity on this really quick. Okay. It looks like it's ingesting its own outflow boundary. So at this point, I would be very inclined to say that this is producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds confirmed still, as was confirmed by the National Weather Service employee. You can see that here with these 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not seeing too much in the way of tight rotation yet, but again, they issued the tornado warning previously for rotation that was looking even weaker than this. So they could precautionary issue perhaps a tornado warning soon. We'll have to see. Again, we don't issue the warnings. We just relay them. Take note, though, that when a tornado warning is issued in Kent County, the sirens sound for the entire county. That does not mean you are in a tornado warning. That is their policy. That is the county policy. And this is why we say when you hear the sirens, they may not be accurate, and it should be your last way to receive warning. Again, it's 2024. You have phones, you have weather radios, you have friends and family, and you have us. We'll always be watching out for you guys here when warnings are issued. Again, a way to receive warning. Now, if you don't have an app that gives you warnings, because that's important. Obviously, you get WEAs, which are only for tornado warnings, okay, and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. But if you want all warnings, there's an app called Emergency by Red Cross. It's free. again, emergency, just how it's typed. You can go and click on that and download it, and you can customize your warnings to a certain radius and all that whatnot. So we do say you should have more than 2 to 3 ways to receive warning. Again, we are in the 21st century. It should be something that everyone has. What is in the white? The white box is that special weather statement heading towards the Big Rapids area. The storm is definitely ingesting its outflow boundary, Ryan.
Oh, I'm more interested in the storm near Kent right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kent County.
Okay.
And it looks like this has undergone a merger process, almost completed a merger process here. It almost sucked the energy out of that first one, just became its own in Grand Ledge. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's some cells here still to ingest north of Lowell along this in this severe thunderstorm warning box. If those clear out, all right, we could see clean inflow, and who knows what could happen. So this is a very, very strong storm here in northeastern Kent County at this time that we've just been looking at. And Ryan, the latest velocity scan has inflow winds picking up.
Yeah.
If you want
I
to,
thought that could have been like a downburst signature there, but no, it actually is. I thought the radar site was more so to the west north of that, but it's actually south. So
yeah.
Gotcha.
Everett Dahl, the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Everett Dahl. Do you want to go over a radar update for those watching in Southeast Michigan right now for the warning?
Yeah, give me a second to pull that up.
Okay.
I will say as well, because some pop-up. Go ahead. So over here in Southeast, still warning in effect here from Macomb and Northern Wayne, as well as extreme southeastern Oakland. And again, damaging winds is only a concern with this storm. Still not really seeing too much of anything concerning with this, just perhaps some downburst winds in some of these areas near Royal Oak and Warren. Again, probably down here by Dearborn Heights, north of Dearborn Heights. But other than that, not seeing too much anything to grab my attention. But looking at the radar itself, we do have a couple storms that are trying to get going here, and a very pronounced boundary from these storms that goes all the way down in here. So it's a very pronounced couple boundaries here. We have one over here, looks like, as well. Perhaps one here, one there. Like there's a little mini microscale boundaries here that storms can fire off of, and those can enhance slip, but also wind shear as well. So into the evening, at late afternoon, evening hours, watch for more development here in Southeast Michigan. But for right now, not seeing too much of anything concerning within this warning polygon, besides some gusty winds, perhaps severe winds as well. I will say the VIL is picking up down here just to the east of Livonia quite a bit of potential hail there. So it's going to be right 96 here just north of Dearborn Heights. But other than that, that's about all I'm seeing.
I almost want to go chase this. I almost want to. Because this is heading into where I live, or, used to live, I guess you could say.
Right.
Okay. That newest scan definitely something that catches the eye, at least. And again, we also have storms firing right in the same vicinity as this storm here. So, it could have these trending over the same area. Not only do you have the threat for damaging winds over the same areas, but you also have the chance for flash flooding.
Got Drew in here. What's up, Drew?
What's up, guys?
Where you headed?
Just left my house recently, and I'm going to be probably targeting that northeast Kent County cell right now. It's definitely catching my eye right now. So just about to get into Grand Rapids, and then we'll see what this storm does as it continues heading east.
All right. Thank you, Drew. Waiting for the new scan to pop in here. We are getting scans every approximately 3 to 4 minutes. So a couple warnings here in effect. Again, one for southern Macomb, North Wayne County, and southeastern Oakland and southeast Michigan for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Another one in effect here for southeastern Ionia near Portland. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds in effect for 5 more minutes. And then also the Kent County as well as northwestern Ionia County for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and that tornado possible tag as well.
Oh, I didn't realize how dark it was to my south. Look out your window. It's coming your way. So, yeah, I can see that. That's a huge cloud structure. I'm seeing it from Mount Pleasant. I can see the edge of that storm from my apartment in Mount Pleasant, which is like a county and a half away. So this is a very, very powerful and rooted storm at the surface today. You definitely want to be advised to watch out for that. We have storms heading in every direction, Ryan.
Yeah, it's weak shear today, weak flow, which is crazy that we're talking about tornadoes on a weak flow day, but here we are.
Mm-hmm.
New velocity scan going on Omega.
Okay. I imagine
continues to look interesting.
So we're about to lose our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like.
In about 5 minutes or so we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no bulk shear at 6 kilometer. There's nothing. There's barely anything at 3 kilometers, and there's nothing at 1 kilometer. So it's just kind of like a baffling day. But when you think about it, with all these boundaries in the state, outflow, lake breeze, it doesn't really surprise you. Nothing should be too concerning considering the ingredients, but these micro scale details can really make things interesting.
Yep. Here's your loop. Again, we previously had a tornado warning. In fact, there's no tornado warning in effect anymore. That was in effect for Ionia, Eaton, Clinton, and Barry. It has since weakened, but it has undergone a merging process. So we'll have to keep an eye on that storm as it heads into Lansing. And then again, our eyes are really, really focused on the storm that's really, really starting to ramp up in the Rockford area.
Tornado warning for Kent.
All right, and we just had a super chat from CJ. Thank you, CJ.
Tornado warning is now in effect for Kent and northwestern Ionia County, as well as eastern Kent. So your sirens are probably sounding once again in Kent County due to this tornado warning. So if you are in Grand Rapids proper, you are A-OK. This storm is not currently heading your direction, so Grand Rapids proper is okay. I know sirens are probably going off there, but technically you're not in this warning polygon. Places that are in this warning polygon.
I got you, Ryan. I can read it off.
Go for it, Joel.
National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a tornado warning for East Central Kent, Northwestern Ionia until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:56, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Belding, 8 miles southwest of Greenville, and moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. Hazard tornado, and it is radar indicated rotation. It is not on the ground currently. If it was on the ground, it would be a purple box or a pinkish box. But again, rotation is there. A tornado could happen at any time with the new tornado warning. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. This dangerous storm will be near Belding around 4:10. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So if you're in this new tornado warning box, you should not be in a mobile home. You should be enacting your safety plan and going to a substantial shelter immediately. And again, this is on a day where the tornado risk is less than 2% too.
New severe warning for northern Wayne County. Looks like we also have a new warning now for Mecosta and Montcalm and Newaygo counties. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on both those warnings mentioned. So I can take my radar very quickly here, although tornado warning up there in Kent County is priority. We will go ahead and go over this really quickly. So here in Wayne County, we're seeing a downburst take shape north of Dearborn, where the greens and reds are here. Reds are going away, greens are going toward the radar. So that's a downburst ongoing there in Wayne County, northern Wayne perhaps, moving in toward North Metro Detroit, Highland Park, Hamtramck. Those areas in particular. So North Detroit Metro and urban areas need to be inside away from windows. And then also a new severe warning up here by Big Rapids. Take this radar from Grand Rapids. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well possible with this storm, although this storm is moving due north. So these storms are moving east, north, south, north, like it's weak flow days. So these storms are doing what they want. So that's this storm right here. Heaviest winds moving between Big Prairie and Morley, right along US 131 towards Stanwood. So if you're in this yellow warning polygon all the way up to Big Rapids, Big Prairie, Croton, as well as Stanwood, Morley, and any townships in between, Rodney, Canadian Lakes, you guys need to be inside away from windows as well. You can take your radar back if you want, Joel.
Yeah, please.
I got you.
So this is, again, heading into my hometown area, so it's very close to home. This is the strongest part of the rotation here. You can see where the reds are going away from the radar site and greens going towards. Again, we're looking for places where that is coming close together. Switch over to CC just to make sure there's nothing on the ground. There isn't. But again, rotation is starting to get a little bit more tighter here over the M44 area, right where it intersects Lincoln Lake Avenue. So M44 Lincoln Lake, that's where the strongest of the storms are right now. This is just south of, Lincoln Lake's way up there. So this is right around the Murray Lake area. Murray Lake's not in the tornado warning, but it's just to the north of you guys right now. You guys probably have a very interesting looking cloud feature heading in your direction. It has a little bit of inflow that's kind of being hindered a little bit, and that's good in terms of we don't want a tornado to hit on the ground. But again, it's heading for the small village of Smyrna, directly in your path, as well as the south side of Belding. So if you are anywhere along the M44 corridor here in northwestern Ionia County, you guys want to be taking shelter immediately. This is going to be in your area in the next 10 minutes or less.
I also have Drew heading toward that storm as well, so we may get a visual on this pretty soon. Is Drew still in here? No, he's not. I'm sure he'll pop back in when he has a view, though.
Yep. And again, Kent County, you guys are probably hearing the sirens all across the county. Again, Kent County's policy is if there's a tornado warning anywhere in the county, even if it's, the extreme east or west, or eastern side like it is right now, you're going to hear them all the way over in like Byron Center, for example. So again, tornado warning is in effect in portions of Kent County, but it is the very eastern side up here towards Smyrna and Belding, which is over in Ionia County. Again, if you know anybody downstream of this warning, this is eventually heading into central Ionia County. So if you know anyone in Saranac, Ionia area, this is heading your way. We'll have to see what it does in terms of just undergoing mergers and stuff like that. It is dealing with other nearby storms right now, so we'll have to see how it interacts. But again, you guys, if you know anybody in the Saranac, Ionia area, please share the message. Tornado warning heading their way, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado is not on the ground, but again, tornado warning means a tornado could occur at any time in the next couple minutes.
Joel, we have a slight risk upgrade for Southern Michigan at the 20Z outlook.
Wow.
So we are now in a slight risk for severe weather, guys. I'm working to get the hazards here, assuming they're going to go 2% tornado with us at the very least across the slight risk. But upgrade from the SPC outlook to the slight risk here.
All right, I'm going to call my dad really quick. So you want to take over?
Go for it. No tornado risk, surprisingly, from SPC at the 20Z. That's a little bit head scratching, but continues here. Hail and wind probabilities remain 15%, I believe, for each. While Joel hops off and does that, I'll go ahead and take my radar behind the scenes here and cover this tornado warning. So I have a 4-panel look going on here. So we're looking at this area, not that area. Hold on. Let me hop off that. Here we go. So this area right here where these greens and reds are meeting together, That's an area of interest here. We're going to back this up. It looked pretty interesting there as we get these greens and reds close together, indicating some rotation is possible with this cell. But latest couple scans here does look like it's trying to broaden back out just a bit, although we are getting some rotation with the storm still. Moving up toward Belding and Smyrna areas as we speak. Greenville as well should be on alert, although it's outside the warning. These storms are kind of meandering around without one particular direction. Some of these are moving north, some of these are moving southeast, some of them are moving like east directly. So if you're close to that tornado warning polygon, be on alert, as this is interesting, but also just need to be on alert as things can change very quickly. Again, not seeing anything on the ground or nothing too tight at this point in time. But so again, Smyrna, Belding are the two closest areas in the risk here. Grattan as well, Mosley, Cook's Corners on the county line of Ionia and Kent. A couple road names here, Button Road / 6 Mile Road, depending on what county you're in, as in the Smyrna. Looking at a couple of the roads here. Bartonville Road. Let's call a few other names here. Looking at, what is this? White's Bridge Road. That general area here momentarily, although the bulk of this, if we go ahead and switch back to Radar Omega, since it's working okay for now, is going to be directly over the Grattan area. New scan coming in here, continues to have weak rotation with it, but nothing too incredibly
You just
tight.
get that warning, Ryan? Flash flood?
Yeah, Mike can post that, I'm assuming. Sterling Heights, Southfield, Warren, flash flood warning in effect for South Detroit Metro. If you want to take your radar back, go for it.
Yep.
So continues to have weak rotation with it. Nothing overly concerning, but again, it's enough to warrant attention.
Yep. Again, it's radar indicated. If it was on the ground, this red box would turn pink, and we would display that on the top of the screen. It would say tornado warning observed.
Yep, and then also a few other areas of concern across the state here. Up there in Montcalm County, near Big Prairie, Stanwood. Hold on.
I will say Saranac. I saw a comment about Saranac. Family friends there. Saranac, you guys aren't in this warning box, but be advised, a warning could be expanded for you guys. It's coming your way. Oh, Ryan cut out. Again, a lot of comments coming in about the sirens in Kent County. Again, Kent County's policy is if there's a tornado warning anywhere in the county, then the sirens will sound, all 170 of them across the entire county. Even if you're up in Kent City, even if you're down in Byron Center, you're going to hear them. But again, be advised, it's super far away. And again, with those outside warning sirens, you're only meant to hear them outside, okay? Again, being in the 21st century, we have all these other ways, as I just went over a couple minutes ago. You have wireless emergency alerts. Friends and family, obviously here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we're showing you these boxes live. These are the polygons that are issued for the warnings. And we're in the 21st century now, so it's not county based. So you have these really small boxes that are confined to certain areas of counties, and that's what's really nice about technology nowadays, is we have these. Again, it is not on the ground at the current time. We're not seeing anything in the way of tight rotation, but there is still rotation there nonetheless. Looking at our correlation coefficient radar, which is our debris tracker, I guess you could say, we would look for these little blues and greens inside the reds, and we're not seeing that right now. A lot of all this around the radar is either clear air or ground clutter. So we're looking for something that matches up with where this hook kind of comes together in here. And when you switch it back to CC, you're not seeing anything there. Not to say that something could be touching down underneath that, but again, we're not seeing much there in terms of something on the ground. But again, it is still rotating, as you can see here, with the reds and the greens kind of going opposite directions of each other, pretty close by. So Smyrna, Belding, you guys want to be in your shelters, substantial shelters, as quickly as possible. And then Saranac, Ionia, you guys are not inside the warning box yet, but be advised this warning box is closing in on your location. we will have to see if there are updates for that soon.
I want to mention as well, we're getting some interesting velocities now entering Mecosta County directly over 131. If I check that cell out, Joel, heading up toward Big Rapids. Definitely a hail core there, some gusty winds, but perhaps just a smidge of rotation with that storm as well.
It looks, because the greens are on this side, it looks like it's outflowish or microbursty, given that's the location of the greens.
Yeah.
Is that a third body scatter spike?
It's yeah.
It is.
It is.
That is probably some large hail on the 131 corridor between Morley and Stanwood right now.
Directly over 131.
Yes. Again, this warning is in effect for 6-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. But again, we had the cheat codes say there's a lot of surface vorticity out there, a lot of surface-based Cape. It is very, very dark outside my window here, Mount Pleasant looking south. So that is a very, very powerful storm with a very tall cloud top. In fact, I'm going to look at echo tops really quick just to see. And yeah, that storm is up at 41,000 feet. So that's a pretty tall updraft. I believe it's overshooting it, though, because it's so close to the radar. So it's probably up towards 45 and 50,000. Even the storm Morley is up there at 45,000 feet. And that just popped off the outflow boundary and shot north. So that's incredible.
Rotation with that Ionia/Kent County tornado warning seems to be still kind of weak in nature. Again,
please refrain from saying tornadoes on the ground. Again, there's not a tornado on the ground right now. If you have reports of tornado on the ground, please send us pictures. Okay. We do not, there's a lot of people that deal with storm anxiety. We can't have you guys just spewing this in chat here. So slow to perfection, please refrain from saying that. There's not currently a tornado on the ground. But again, tornado warning is still serious. If you're in the warning box, you want to be taking shelter as if there were one on the ground.
Yeah, so if you guys live within this tornado warning, the precautions that we always tell you to do, number one, get to a basement or a lowest part of your house, a crawl space if it's accessible. If you don't have a basement, interior closet, interior room away from windows, a closet works, a hallway works, a bathtub perhaps could work. Cover yourself with blankets or bring a pillow to protect your head from flying debris. It's outside of that. If you're in a trailer home, if you have a car, drive to the nearest substantial shelter if you know you can make it in time without being affected. But outside of that, let's get a merger going on there, Joel, in Kent County.
Yep, I was saying
has been dropped.
Tornado warning has been dropped, but I'm also watching this storm up here. Diamonddale has undergone another successful merger, and it's starting to have some reds and greens closer together here. So we'll have to keep an eye on the Lansing area. So Diamonddale, Holt, Lansing, southern side of Lansing, be on alert, as well as down towards Mason. Something it kind of has the same shape as the one up here in Rockford did, so you have to be on alert for that. And again, we're watching some significant hail up towards Morley as well.
Just so we're clear, Kent County, Ionia County tornado warning is no longer in effect. The severe warning does continue, though. The severe warning continues to say tornado possible, quarter-size hail is your main hazard, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we're going to watch that still gusty winds there heading toward the county line near Grattan, as well as Belding. So Mosley needs to be on alert, county line of Ionia, as well as Kent needs to be on alert from the Fallsburg area, all the way up to, what was that?
Fallsburg, yep.
Fallsburg, thank you. Up to about the Greenville area. You guys need to be inside away from windows still.
Everett with a $5 super chat. Is Portland safe? Portland, you guys are behind that front storm now. You're kind of in between storms. So you guys have good time to kind of just relax for a little bit. But again, there's that storm up here in northwestern Ionia County that is heading your way. So be on alert for that. It's coming your way probably in the next 45 minutes. And thank you very much, Everett, as always, for the super chat. And if we're not covering your area, that's usually a good sign. Okay. If we're not mentioning your city on repeat, that usually means you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. With the exception of, Wayne right now, downtown Detroit, you guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning, as Ryan has been mentioning. I'm we're kind of switching duties here because I'm on GR2 and he's on GR2. So switching between the radars, it's just better if one of us covers one side of the state, one of us covers the other. So
I do want to point this out as well. Near Morley on US 131 in Stanwood, Mecosta County, likely big hail falling there.
Yep, inch or two. It doesn't look like anything on the Posh, but definitely probably 1 inch hail. And then you have CC, correlation coefficient, a little bit of a third body scatter spike, which is just the hail kind of reflecting off the backside of that storm and the blues there. But again, we're looking for these greens and yellows on correlation coefficient, and it's pretty much on the northwest side of Morley there, right along the 131 corridor where hail is likely falling. But again, that is at 3,000 feet off the ground.
Updates for the severe warning for Ionia and Kent has dropped the tornado possible tag. It's 60 mile per hour winds and looks like it's going to be nickel size hail if I'm reading that correctly. I'm going to double check that real quick. Yeah, so nickel size hail, dime to nickel, and then also 60 mile per hour winds.
Yep. So if you don't live in eastern Kent County, then you guys are out of that severe thunderstorm warning. There are still showers and thunderstorms nearby in the Forest Hills and Ada area. Let's look towards Kentwood, Cedar Springs. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings exist where the orange boxes are at. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, continue to watch Ingham County there for that cell moving in towards Holt. Looks like that little bit increase still with that velocity on the latest scan.
Oh, yeah. That's brand new. Back it up a little bit. You can kind of see how it's really picked up in the last couple minutes.
All right, guys. So 3 warnings currently in effect. Mecosta County, as well as same warning here for Newaygo, Mecosta, and Montcalm County. That's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Storm is currently over Morley/Stanwood, moving northward along US 131. Down here, Ionia County, 60 mile per hour winds, your only hazard, moving toward Belding and Smyrna areas. Other warning in effect is going to be for Macomb County for downtown Detroit, 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. Your concerns with that cell and that severe warning is as well. So if you find yourself in a severe warning, be inside, away from your windows, and you will be A-okay.
Again, with live coverage ongoing right now, make sure your stream is hooked up to the live time. It is 4:17 p.m. in the afternoon here on June 20th. So check your time, make sure you're all caught up. Sometimes it does slow down a little bit while you're watching and catches your maybe like a minute or two off. So hit that live button on the bottom of the screen as needed.
We are now considerable on Mecosta, Montcalm, and Newaygo. Golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds. Radar indicated.
I'm gonna say I saw something switch. I'm like, So that's this northern storm up here, which is an hour from me. It's sunny here in Mount Pleasant. It hasn't populated on my screen yet, but it'll have the red line around it here soon. There it is. Rains in effect till 5 p.m. for northeastern Newaygo, western Mecosta, and northwestern Montcalm counties. At 4:14, severe thunderstorms are located near Morley, or 11 miles southwest or south of Big Rapids, moving due north at 20 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail. It's quarter-size hail.
Mine says golf ball.
It says quarter-size and 70. It should be considerable for wind.
Graphic just went golf ball as well.
Huh. Oh, yeah. The text says quarter.
Okay. Probably a mistype there, but it says on the warning graphic, it says this storm will contain wind gusts of 70 and golf ball size hail. New scan on Ingham County / Eden County line has gotten a little bit tighter.
I'm going to switch to CC on that.
Yeah, I got a 4-pane look going already.
Yep, I'm going to go dual. I'm going to go duo now because
yeah,
I want to keep eyes on every radar. Give me every radar. Okay, I don't have a 4-panel. Actually, no, I do.
The outflow boundary is right there as well, which is probably the big driver.
Yep. CDR. Oh, wow. Look at that updraft strength in the bottom right corner there.
Yeah, that's pretty hot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you're in Southside Lansing, you guys need to be on alert for this. This is damaging winds for sure now. Again, it's elevated at 3,700 feet, but we're seeing brighter velocity signature, and you can see it in the bottom left corner there.
And that mezzo goes up a few tilts as well, so it's a decent mezzo.
Yeah. So Lansing, we could be seeing something here. A couple super chats just came in. Chad, thanks Joel for all the heads up today. We're hunkered down watching this new cell over Cedar Springs heading towards Greenville. Appreciate it, you Chad. We got you covered here at MSC for sure. And again, we appreciate your support. Jacqueline with a $40 super chat. Thank you so much. You got me through this storm. No problem, Jacqueline. Stay safe as always. We got you here. Again, thank you for your contributions to MSC. We got you guys covered. But again, we're starting to see something here in the Lansing area, perhaps in the mode of damaging winds. But again, it's right in the location where perhaps something could spin up in terms of a brief tornado.
SWS for Ingham and Eaton.
Okay.
It's going to be for 50 in pennies. Waiting for the new scan here to pop in for this Lansing cell. Be heading up toward Holt and Mason along US 127, currently over 96. Seeing some increased velocity here that could indicate some rotation, but as well as damaging winds is occurring. Nothing like, concerning tight-wise, but it does bear close watching if you live in South Lansing Metro, especially Holt, as well as Mason or points between those areas.
That's right in the right spot for something to spin up. I'm just looking from a tornado genesis standpoint here.
We perhaps have a wall cloud here on MDOT drive cam. It's really hard to say. I can't say that, but there looks like a rain-free base here. I'm gonna try and get a location on this real quick. Traveling west. So yes, this would be the right location for it. I'll pop this in the chat here real quick for you to see, Joel, or in the stream real quick.
Yeah, if you want to pop something in, go for it.
I'm just gonna get it in here real quick via the MDOT drive map. If it'll load in, it's hard to tell, but it would be in the right spot where the camera's located, pointing toward the storm. They're in the top right of your screen. That could be a rain-free base of a storm, perhaps, that is heading in towards South Lansing right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. We do have a couple chasers within the Lansing area. Latest scan, Joel, 418.
Okay. New member, Mary Curtis. Thank you for joining the channel here, Mary. I'm gonna pause this. Okay, yeah, that's
pretty.
That is very, very concerning. Just speaking from a standpoint here, Mike Holcomb's on it too. Drew, where are you at again? You're in Cedar. I forgot which way he's heading.
Yeah, I'm heading right now. I'm in Kent County. Checking out the Granton, Michigan to see if there's any damage. Just kind of following these storms right now.
Okay. Yeah. If you're in Holt, south side of Lansing, downtown Lansing, you guys need to be on alert for this. I'm gonna go duopane because that's very close to. I mean, it is in the suburbs of Lansing. So if you're anywhere in Lansing right now, you need to be taking shelter. You need to be sharing the stream with anyone who's in Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State University. This is heading right for you guys right now. You're not in a warning. You're in a special weather statement. But this is almost early signs of what we call tornado genesis. We have Chris Tobias there too, and Corey Becker. Do you want to see if they're able to take a live shot of that?
Yeah, I got it.
Never mind, I got it.
All right. Thank you.
Depending on which direction this heads, Mason, you would be in the line for this.
Radar Omega's back down again, so go figure.
Again, tornado siren should be the last way you get warned. It's 21st century. There's an app called Emergency by Red Cross. It's completely free. We do suggest go ahead and download that, customize the warnings for your location. I'm going to back it up a little bit, kind of loop it through and forward. Again, we have considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here in Stanwood. You have some golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Not to forget you guys up there. Belding, still just 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail for northwestern Ionia. And again, we're watching this storm down here now in Lansing.
Latest scan's a little bit weaker, but still there.
Okay, perfect. That is a good sign then. I don't need the sass. Seriously. I'm re-alerting people that need to be, that, you know, there's more than one way to get receive warning. I mean,
who's calling you out for SAS?
Ken.
Perry is okay for right now, but again, pop-ups are possible throughout the day. This storm is going to be south of Perry, though. Okay, so outside this Lansing storm, we still have 3 severe warnings in effect. Make that 4 severe for Lansing. Tornado possible, golf ball size hail for Lansing. Possible tornado with that storm as well. So that's going to be Ingham and Eaton County until 5:15 p.m. And again, it's going to be for golf balls, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a tornado possible. Still here in considerable ops. So outside this warning, we've been covering that. We have one still up here for Ionia County now, as well as still Kent County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Up here in Mecosta County, the storm is the warning is for Newaygo as well as Montcalm, but the storm itself is still within the Mecosta County line. So 131 toward Big Rapids, still over the Stanwood Morley area, producing large hail upwards of golf ball size, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. So Stanwood 131 corridor to Big Rapids, any place in between, get inside away from windows. And then also down here in Wayne County as well for Detroit Metro, this storm is producing damaging winds as well as quarter size hail. So large hail damaging winds for Detroit.
Couple of shots here.
That is a gigantic updraft.
Andrew. Yeah. Oh.
Lost him.
Yep.
Yeah, Perry, for this storm in Lansing, Perry is not in the path as of right now. It should stay south of you there in Perry. But again, pop-up storms are possible throughout the day. Montcalm County has been canceled. The warning continues for Mecosta and also extreme eastern Newaygo. Winds to 70 are your hazard, as well as 1-inch hail. So they dropped that. Dropped the golf ball size hail portion of that warning, and is going with 70 mile-per-hour winds for Mecosta, as well as eastern Newaygo. But we just talked about this earlier. The storm itself is well within Mecosta County line. So
Lansing is warned now. It's considerable severe. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Remain alert for possible tornado. They do have the tornado possible tag on this.
That's heading right into the Holt area with a little bit of weak rotation too.
What is that? That might be clear air. Looks
Yeah,
like clear air. It's on the edge of the storm usually, and yeah, it isn't the right spot, but you match it up. It's right here where this light rain is at.
New scan coming in from Detroit. We'll see what that looks like. Thank you, Mighty Quinn, for your $5 super chat. Says,
thank you, Mighty Quinn.
Former Michigander, now in Houston. You guys do a great job. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Love you, Mighty Quinn.
The storm in Lansing is heading to the east with a little bit south movement. It's a very typical looking supercell as well. Or, excuse me, it's very classic looking. And big old outflow boundary around Grand Rapids as well. So additional storms are possible. Warning for Kent and Ionia has now expired. So the warning for Kent and Ionia that was severe is now canceled or expired, should I say.
Still a mean looking storm up there. You have a nice, really outflow boundary along this storm. But again, it looks like it's kind of weakened for sure. There's a little bit of weak rotation still here in the Belding area. But again, as National Weather Service Grand Rapids said, it has been allowed to expire. And as winds are now below the sub-severe criteria. We got 2 considerable severes right now and 1 normal severe for Wayne. It's quite the day.
SWS for Monroe and Wayne saying gusty showers are now possible for the Canton, Newport, or not Newport, but Berlin Township, Ash Township, Carlton area, all the way up toward downriver Taylor, Trenton, Romulus, Van Buren, Belleville areas. The statement's going to be for winds in excess of 30. So some weaker winds there, but still could get some stronger winds. With the boundary there, we could see some enhancement with these storms. Thank you, Bob, for being a member for a month now. Appreciate your support.
I will say that he just became a member, so that usually means he added another month of membership. So thank you, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Always. Can you see the updated SBC graphic? I saw that come through because we haven't shown that yet. If you want to take that really quick.
The SBC outlook?
Yeah, because we didn't really cover it in stream. And we have a little bit of a lull. We're still tracking a couple considerable food. Yeah, what's up?
I got a tree down up ahead here.
Sorry, Joel.
Got a cop up here that's blocking part of the road. It'll be
where are you at?
Really soon here.
Where are you at, Drew?
Right now I'm on my way to Grattan, right where that tornado warning was.
Okay.
All right. Right here.
Yeah, we got you full. Looks like a pretty big tree that came down. Thank you, Drew. I have the Omega pulled up here. Let's go ahead and share this real quick. Before I do that, thank you, David. Whoops. Thank you, David. I did the exact same thing, Joel.
Yeah.
Thank you, David, for becoming a channel member. I appreciate your support of the channel. Welcome to the team. But this is your new SPC day 1 severe risk here. So they added a level 2 slight risk, which is in yellow here, anywhere from Ann Arbor, Detroit, back here, just south of Flint, Lansing included, Williamston, Weberville, Fowlerville, Onondaga, Charlotte, Portland, Ionia, St. John's. So around that, a marginal risk in green for Flint, Port Huron, just south of Mount Pleasant, as well back here toward Battle Creek, Marshall areas, Hillsdale. We're going to go ahead and say Coldwater is involved, Adrian as well. So upgrade to a slight risk, and that's going to cover, I believe, the threat for damaging winds at 15%. And I believe that's the main driver. Yes, so 15% wind probabilities, 5% hail, and they still did not put a 2% tornado probability in. So they still don't expect tornadoes in general, but We're getting some rotation here, and that Lansing storm continues to weekly rotate just to the west of Holt.
Yes. Bob with 5 gifted Storm Chasers memberships here on YouTube. Thank you, Bob, for your generous support as always. For those who are subscribed on YouTube, check your channels. If you're already a subscriber, again, subscribing to YouTube is free. And if you already did that at the time he donated, then you may have got one of those. So thank Bob if you got it.
Looks like the hail on the Lansing cell is really increasing in size as well. VIL is maxed out.
Wow. What's Posh looking like? Posh is up. Holt for sure. Still weekly rotating there. And again, tornado possible tag there for Holt and Mason in that warning box. So if you're in central and western Ingham County, be on alert. Tornado could happen at any time. There's not a tornado warning in effect, but we are seeing some weak rotation on the storm.
We're going to see that area of interest cycle to the south, I believe, just to the south of Holt there.
Yep.
I'm going to guess.
I have thunder here now at my apartment in Mount Pleasant.
Woo!
Very deep. This reminds me of like a good severe storm day. And where's it even coming from is the question. It's literally, there's no storms near me.
Probably that Macasta cell. Or there is some rain shield there, so perhaps some anvil.
Yeah.
Lightning.
Good cloud picture coming in from my friend who's in Big Rapids. So nice shelf and base of that storm heading to Big Rapids right now up there in Macasta County. Again, still 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail with that one.
Diamonddale and Holt, big old hail core directly between you guys as of 4:24, so about 10 to 12 minutes ago. That's probably directly over Holt right now, I have to guess, along 96 here. So do take shelter inside, away from windows, as potential for golf ball size hail is here in the South Lansing metro area along the 96 corridor near Holt.
I'm still watching that Belding storm really close as it heads towards M66 near the Orleans area. Still some weak rotation in this one. It has that look on it still as it rides down M44. So we'll keep an eye on that as it heads across extreme northern Ionia County. It's latched itself onto that outflow boundary. So again, we got like 4 different storms to cover right now. There's no severe in effect anymore for southeastern Michigan, but you still have special weather statements in effect. Definitely probably some 50-mile-per-hour winds happening here in downtown Detroit. Although this one says 30. That one says 40. Okay, so it's 30 to 40. Again, the tornado risk today was less than 2%, but funky day, outflow boundaries heading in every direction, and things spin up on those outflow boundaries. Those are called microscale events. We don't even see those on our mesoscale maps. What we do see in our mesoscale maps are all the ingredients is slim. It's getting cold out here in Mount Pleasant. Now I have cold winds coming into my window. But again, the ingredients is slim, shear lift, instability, moisture. We had plenty of lift today, and those outflow boundaries are just inhibiting more lift. Instability, that again with the 90 degrees outside today, that's all instability. And then you have moisture, P watts upwards too. So plenty of moisture out there. Flooding is definitely a risk. Again, we do have a flood advisory now in for the Lansing metro area. And then we also have the big question mark was shear. And we actually do have a decent amount of shear out there right now, contradictory to prior belief. But even if we don't have weak shear, we have a lot of a lot of 0 to 3 level cape. So that's the lower 3 kilometers of the atmosphere. There's a lot of cape just sitting near the surface. And that mixed with what we see as surface vorticity out there right now can also cause some funky things to happen. Sirens went off in Clinton County. Clinton County, you're not in any warning right now. Flood advisory, though, so maybe for the flood advisory. We do have a new member, Daniel Rames, with the new membership. Thank you for becoming part of the MSC team here. Appreciate your support and hope you stick around a while. Again, for those who are just tuning in, we have almost 3,000 you guys in here between YouTube and Facebook right now. If you want to hit the like button, it helps the stream get seen by more Michiganders that could use the severe weather coverage, and you may not know them. So we do appreciate any likes that you want to send our way. So again, that's completely free to do, and it's totally optional. Hail and Holt. And we are seeing quite the decent sized hail core over Holt right now. Look at that. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Holt. 60-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball size hail, tornado possible. So that warning no longer includes Eaton County. So Eaton County, you guys are out of that severe thunderstorm warning, so you can breathe easy. For now, there's no storms in your vicinity. But Ingham County, you guys are still under the gun for this severe hailstorm at this current time. And yes, there was an upgrade to slight risk for winds. Looking at the comments, there's a lot of comments coming in here. Yeah, I'm not sure why Clinton County is going off. You guys aren't in any warning. You can see that here. So this is Clinton County. St. John's is right there. There's nothing in your vicinity right now. So that's weird. Passion of Reed Timmer. I did meet Reed Timmer when I was 10 at an open house. So kind of cool. You can see young Joel next to young Reed Timmer. The name of the app is called Emergency by Red Cross. So you just type in emergency in your app store. It's free to download. And it'll tell you of any warnings that are issued within a set radius of your location. Kevin N. with 5 gifted memberships. Kevin N., one of our longtime members here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you as always for your generous support. And again, for those who are subscribed for free here on YouTube, check your accounts. You may have been gifted a membership courtesy of Kevin. So thank Kevin. Again, this happens all the time. So if you're not subscribed on YouTube, what are you waiting for? If we're not mentioning your city per se, you're not in the warning. So there's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. Again, we're watching Mecosta, Big Rapids area, so Ferris State University, good hail core, good shelf cloud that I saw coming in to the Ferris State area. A little bit of third body scatter spike, which is indicative of some strong and large hail, perhaps falling just north of Stanwood. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here for also large hail, 1.75 inches in diameter, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm is heading to the east at 5 miles per hour. So this storm is very slow moving and will cause some flooding issues. We have Drew back in here. I'll pull him in. Just give you guys a live look at where he's chasing. I don't have the dots on. Wait, I should. Oh, I do have the stats on. Drew is in the Belding area heading after that storm, as not warned, but has a little bit of a kidney bean shape to it and some weak rotation, as you can see here on velocity signature. Going over to the Lansing storm, still weak rotation there in multiple spots at once, although not in the right location. And the latest scan on base reflectivity shows some darker signature. So pinks, obviously heavy rain and usually hail. Now, when we get into the blacks, that's when we start to see some perhaps larger hail falling. So if you're right in downtown Holt, the core of this is right over Aurelius Road at Holt Road. So that intersection there, pretty much downtown Holt, as well as the intersection of Holt Road where it meets up with US 127. Anywhere in that corridor, you guys are probably dealing with some large hail right now. I see a couple comments coming in with this Holt being reported in the area. So again, if you have damage reports, feel free to send them to us. But most importantly, send them to the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids, especially if you live in the Holt area that is their jurisdiction. Tag them with a time, a location, specific location, and basically what you're seeing. And if you do have a hail report, use like a ruler or something that's similar in size, like a penny or a coin or something like that, that gives you a good indicator of what's happening there. We have a super chat from Alex, is this Lansing storm likely to hit northeast Jackson? Zooming out a little bit here, Jackson County is directly to the north. It's a very good possibility that it could slide down and hit the Stockbridge area. It has a little bit of a right turn on it. So keep an eye on that if you live in northeast Jackson for sure. I will say that soon. And then you have this entire outflow boundaries you can see here by this light green. They're kind of like a string there. So anything could fire up there in Eaton County anytime soon. But again, we're not seeing anything in Eaton County. But if it were to fire up, it would head towards Jackson County. Bob with a $10 super chat. Ryan Chair Fund. Appreciate you, Bob. And I'm sure Ryan will appreciate that as well. He's not in here right now, but I'll make sure to pass along the word. New member Megan here. Thank you for becoming a supporter of the channel. Appreciate your support and hope you stick around a while. We have a new special weather statement now up here on the storm Drew is on. So this is for portions of Ionia, Montcalm, Clinton, and Gratiot counties. And this is in effect for winds up to 50 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. So it's just below severe criteria for both the wind and hail. We'll have to keep an eye out for this as it heads towards the Carson City, Maple Rapids area. It's in the Orleans area at the current time. So Hubbardson as well, Pewamo, Westphalia, Fowler, Perryton as well, and Middleton. So those cities are all in this box pretty much. I'm missing Muir. Yeah, Muir right there. Muir and Lyons on the edge of it. Could head your way. Holton, Cedars, Stormy. That's good. Make sure I'm not missing things here. Sarah with the new membership as well. Welcome to the team, Sarah. Thank you for your support to what we do here. And Brock, the new member as well. Thank you very much, Brock. Appreciate you guys all for supporting the channel and becoming part of the Michigan Storm Chasers team. Again, all that gives right back to you guys, keeps these streams running as always. Vitamin Air, you guys are good for now. I'm right here in Mount Pleasant right now, and it's pretty clear out there. It's cloudy. It's clouding up. A couple rain showers moving in. Main storm right now, though, is in the Mecosta County area. Again, getting hit a lot up there in Mecosta the last couple nights. Again, this is our 5th straight day of having live stream coverage. So we're somewhat on fumes at this point, but we're grinding it out. For those who are just new here to the page, this is what we do all the time. Every severe thunderstorm warning we are live for, even if it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, that's what we do here. It's kind of our motto. We got you from beginning to end. So again, if you like what we do, hit that like button. We appreciate you guys very much. So kind of a whole line of storms here. Again, that slight risk quarter extends from Grand Rapids down to Detroit. Pretty much the entire 96 corridor today. Storms can fire, of course, outside of that slight risk and marginal risk zone. As we see right now up here in Mecosta, they're in this general thunderstorm category, and they're getting a considerable severe thunderstorm right now. So again, Michigan plays its own games. We're seeing that today. You guys are so nice. Ryan is going to be very, very happy. Ryan's Chair Fund from Carrie, $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Carrie. I'll pass that along to him. For those who don't know, the inside joke is Ryan has a very squeaky chair, and he's tried WD-40 on it, and it still squeaks. So he's back.
Take a peek at Lansing velocity.
Yeah, I've been looking at the hail.
It's back tight.
It's back tight. All right.
Yeah, the 45 scan.
I have 38. Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's decently tight again.
Weird. 35, 38, 40. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Yeah. There it is.
I missed? Holy cow.
Mason, be in shelter now. Dansville as well. Anywhere along M36 and US 127 here south of East Lansing in the Mason area. You guys want to be on alert. The storm is starting to tighten up a little bit. It looks like it's really starting to get going. Right in that outflow boundary.
I'm going to try to down this meal here real quick.
You got chair funds for you there, Ryan.
The thing is, you guys have already donated for the chair fund, and I got a chair, and that chair has creaky issues, and also very uncomfortable issues. So
we'll try again.
We can try again. It's up to you guys. I mean, I already spent your donation money on a chair, which I feel bad that I'm not even using it, but it's very uncomfortable to sit in for hours when we're streaming like this. So I hope you guys understand. But I do use it for other work where I'm not having to swivel and lean back and stuff like that. So I do use it. But
it's still, I think the main hazard right now is going to be hail, though. That is quite the core. And it is officially, as of a couple minutes ago, I think it's officially summer now. So what a way to crank in summer here.
SWS now for Downriver, Romulus, Southgate areas. I'm going to go and peek at what that's for. It's a new one, looks like. They just went in effect. 40-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. And that's going to be for Wayne County, southern Wayne County. Yeah, that hail there on the Lansing cell heading into Mason. We're getting reports of 1-inch hail out of Holt. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, Joel.
Yep.
But that's also showing up on here. Grand Rapids is about 4,000 feet off the ground, so that's pretty high up there. If I see a lot of questions here, is my area safe? Is my area safe? So if we're not talking about your area, you're likely okay. You could be getting some rain or some thunderstorms, but the only severe warning in the state right now is going to be from Acosta and also Ingham County here. Pop-ups are still possible throughout the evening, so we're not out of the clear yet. Severe risk continues. Potentially further increases. Tornado possible tag now back on the Ingham County, as well as golf ball size hail. So that has been, was that upgrade or was that continued?
It's been on that for a while.
Okay. So that continues, but throughout the evening, potential more pop-up storms are possible across south central Michigan, and some of those could be severe. And main hazards continue to be large hail and damaging winds, but we are seeing some instances where some weak rotation is occurring with these storms. So we'll watch those closely, although the risk for tornadoes appears to be quite low. We do have 1 or 2 instances where we could get a brief weak type of spin up, especially on these boundaries. As you see there on radar, that little line underneath that storm near Olivet, Eaton Rapids, Springport there, that's an outflow boundary, and those can locally enhance wind shear and also a source of lift. So those can sometimes create some extra spin for these storms to at least try to weakly rotate. So we'll watch those close.
Yeah, this is the 49 scan, so we should get a new scan here in just a minute. Maybe not. Nope, no new scan there. All right, and then back up to our Belding storm, still weakly rotating there.
I do have the 52 scan near Mason. There's some rotation continues. Sorry, go ahead, Joel.
No, I was just going to say, I was looking up at the storm north of Ionia right now. It kind of lost its weak rotation a little bit, but it's still there. We really need some eyes on this Lansing storm.
Do we know if Corey or Chris are going to be available?
Corey's on it right now, yeah.
Okay. Oh, Drew's in the background here as well. Drew's in the Grand Rapids Metro, I believe, still.
He's up in the on the Belding storm right now.
Okay, gotcha.
No. I'm looking at Mezzo right now. Again. Supercell composite is a 2. Still a lot of surface base cape out there, 3,000.
You want to mention, Joel, the rotation's getting tighter off DTX as well. Okay. It's still weak, elevated, but it's becoming closer together.
It's this entire slight risk corridor has at least 125 joules per kilogram of 0 to 3 Cape. Surface vorticity is maximized just to the northeast of that cell. So it's kind of heading along and away from the strongest surface vorticity, but it is in an area where something could spin up. And the latest scan on Mason is very concerning. But again, this is super far away. So this is like 4,500 feet off the ground. So again, if we need ground truth, ideally. So if you guys are in the Mason, Dansville, Leslie area and you have pictures you want to send us, please do so. Again, do not send them on underneath the live stream. We can't see them. But any other posts we have on our page, feel free to do that.
Only if it's safe to do so. New severe downstream for Ingham. So Dansville, should I say. Stockbridge as well. Vantown, Pollock. Considerable ping pong ball size hail wind. No tour possible tag, surprisingly.
The whole thing is rotating. Yeah, this is now south of downtown Lansing. So Lansing, you guys are going to be in the clear here in a couple minutes. Again, still heading away from you guys. If you have hail reports too, feel free to send them in and take any damage reports. Closed captioning should automate. There should be a button for that on YouTube. I think. So the thunderstorm warning has been canceled from Acosta. So the only one right now in effect is in Ingham County. So we're slowly losing our severe thunderstorms, thunderstorm warnings, but it is only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And so this area of rotation that we're watching right now, even though it does not say it has a tornado possible, it is still broadly rotating. But the main hazards is that very large hail that's happening right now in Mason. This is heading right down M36, as well as Columbia Road and Howell Road. We have Corey in here. Corey looks paralleling.
That I am just south of Williamston.
Oh, camera's out of focus there, Corey. But thank you for the update on that. Oh, there we go. Now it's in focus. So he is going to have a live shot of that shortly as he approaches Dansville. I can see it here on radar. It's the only severe warning right now. If you're not anywhere in the warning or in cities we're mentioning, you guys aren't in the warning. So Mason, Dansville, Stockbridge, you guys are all in this orangish reddish box for considerable severe for ping pong ball sized hail.
New report of hail just west of Mason of quarter size. That was as of 4 minutes ago. MPing public reports.
Gotcha. And again, we still have a special weather statement up here in northern Ionia County for Belding, Carson City, Orleans, Fowler, Lyons, Maple Rapids, Sheridan, Muir, Pewamo, Parrington, Hubbardston, Palo, Middleton, Butternut, and Fenwick. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds with that one. Again, we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect for central and southeastern Ingham County until 6 p.m. 4:54. Severe thunderstorm was located near Mason, moving east at 20. Hazards, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, ping pong ball size hail. Radar indicated impact. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail, damaged roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Again, Mason, Stockbridge, Bunker Hill, Dansville, Eden, and Fitchburg. You guys are all in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Corey is repositioning right now, looks like, in Dansville. He's right in front of that storm right now. Oh, do we have a shot?
There's a decent shot of it for you.
All right. May have to put it into focus again. It's focusing on that the moisture on the bottom of your windshield there. Wow, that's incredible structure. Oh no. We lost him. You could see all that. You could see all that inflow being ingested. All that inflow being ingested on the right side there. As a very cool looking structure. Entire thing is the supercell that you're looking at there.
Yeah, it's definitely a monster. And I live in Okemos. My neighbors were saying we were getting golf ball hail in Okemos.
I don't doubt that at all. Our VIL is definitely still up there. Loop it here. Went over Holt, south side of Okemos, and now in Mason, where it looks like it's starting to uptick a little more too. Posh also on the rise, so definitely could see almost upwards of 2-inch hail. You are in the best spot for that right now. You could probably just sit there for 5 to 10 minutes, honestly, before you get run over. You don't want to be in the way of it, obviously.
Yep. I'm going to chill here for probably 5-10 minutes and then keep chasing it. But
Sweet.
This looks like a pretty good spot for right now.
Absolutely. Still. Okay, I'm gonna pause radar. It's in the bottom right corner for those who are curious.
Flood advisory now for Lansing downtown, up to DeWitt, Grand Ledge, and Diamonddale, as well as Okemos. Looks like it goes all the way to about Hazlitt, Bath areas. Yeah. So flood advisory for Lansing.
Yep.
Do you guys do any storm chasing? Yes. Look on your screen there, Links Bear. We storm chase all the time. About 15 staff who do. So on top of radar coverage, we do have live chasing as well. Dansville football field. Is that where you're at there, Corey?
You know what? I think it is actually.
Gotcha. Cool.
I pulled into a school parking lot, and yeah, I am in Dansville, so I think it says home of the Aggies.
Yep, that'd be it.
Field. Here, I'll give you a shot there, right there.
Perfect. Yeah. I've been there for a football game, high school football game.
Oh, no kidding.
Years ago. That is an awesome shot there.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful view.
That severe warning continues for Ingham County. So anywhere from Mason, where the heart of the storm is over currently, up toward the 96, just south of 96 there. Dansville included, Pollock, Vantown, Millville, Stockbridge, Pittsburgh, and Eden, all within that severe warning. And the risk is 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail.
Kind of looks like a peace sign kicking out the right side there, where it's ingesting its inflow.
Downtown Lansing, you are A-OK right now. The storm is south of you.
Don't
This
see.
is going to be in Dansville, which is Ingham County near Lansing.
See, I don't see much in the way of like a super low lowering there. Perhaps a little bit of a tail cloud on the right side, center screen, right side, maybe right there. It's kind of losing focus a little bit. Does look wallish though. Directly in the center of the screen.
Yeah, it sure does.
Do you see any visible rotation with that, or are you too far away to really tell?
I don't. From right here, I don't see any.
Okay.
Which I'm kind of surprised, being the last radar loop I saw. It sure looked like it.
Yeah, we're still seeing some elevated rotation with that coming your way. Perhaps just to the north. If you're looking due west there, just to your north there. So that's area of interest for sure. So perhaps up there where you can't see it.
Okay.
The radar beam here from Grand Rapids is roughly about 4,000, close to 5,000 feet off the ground. So that meso does go up pretty far there, Joel. That goes up into tilt 4 or 5.
Yeah. And the storm is moving off to the southeast at 20 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty slow. Plenty of time to prepare, take necessary precautions if you're in the line of the storm, especially on the southeast side of Ingham County.
I'm going to reposition, guys, to keep following it.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
And as this gets closer to the DTX radar, Joel, the rotation on this continues to increase. So both off Grand Rapids and Detroit, there is upper level rotation with this storm.
Sounds good.
Although the latest scan from Grand Rapids does weaken it just a bit. It's heading right into Dansville. So nothing, we just had eyes on it from Corey here in Dansville. Nothing there that looks imminent or, really that concerning. But rotation does indicate that there is some upper level rotation with this cell, about 4,000 to 5,000 feet in the atmosphere. So it's up there. It's just not making it down to the ground, which is great news. Hope it stays that way.
Towns in the path of Dansville storm are Mason, Stockbridge, Bunker Hill, Dansville, Eden, and Fitchburg.
Doing some road names here. M36 out of Dansville. It's be called Dansville Road. Looking at Dexter Trail Road as well. By Millville here, going to cross Carter Road. Dietz Road. Looking at a few other places here. M52/M36 near Topping and Stockbridge roads. So those are some of the roads here within that warning, within that path of that storm. It's gonna follow pretty close to a path toward Dansville along M36 here. So that's the heart of the storm. Further north here, we're gonna get a hail core that's going to extend further north towards Pollock. I don't know how it's pronounced, but over Mason, Pollock, close to Vantown, probably just north of Dansville for the hail core.
The storm is south of Lansing, so it's not expected to hit Lansing. Currently, the only county in a severe warning right now is Ingham County, and that is the southeast side. Wow, look at that structure. Like just looking up.
It reminds me of the plains.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Kansas type of storm.
Not bad for a previously marginal risk day.
Man, this goes to show you we can ramp up very quickly here in summertime.
Mm-hmm. Look at the right side.
Yeah. It's looks like a pretty good structure there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and give you guys a good shot of it here. It's a pretty nice structure on the right here.
Yeah, it looks like it. New scan off Grand Rapids gets a little bit tighter, although we're moving away from that radar, so it's just meaning it's higher up in the atmosphere. Going up over to DTX at this point, I believe, would be a better option. We're about 5,000 feet off Grand Rapids. We're about, give me a second to load this in. Yeah, this DTX radar is much closer to the ground. So we're going to use DTX here.
Yeah, I'm using GR2, which is like almost $300.
Yeah, we use GR2, Radar Omega, Radar Scope. Usually Joel and I will tag team Omega and GR2. Both are excellent products.
Mm-hmm. If you guys have any damage reports to send in, feel free to do that. You can send them in to us, and obviously tag the National Weather Service in a post.
Corey is in Dansville in Ingham County, which is just south of Lansing. And again, just reiterating that Lansing proper, downtown Lansing, you are okay. Maybe some rain showers still there, but the thunderstorm that is severe is over Mason, heading into Dansville area currently. So it's south of you if you live in Lansing Metro. Golf ball size hail report, I believe I already said this, near Holt via public report. The MEDAR station there is not gusting to anything, so I'm assuming it's broken. Not seeing anything coming out of that.
Here's a, once I get a shot here, it'll be a really nice shot for you guys on the left.
Okay, sounds good.
Sweet. Wow, look at that inflow region. It's beautiful.
That is a very picturesque storm.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But currently in the path, Dansville, be ready for it.
I will say as well, velocity is increasing about 4,000 feet.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little bit lower there.
Yeah, just a bit.
I got a road coming up here. I'll be able to pull over and
right side
for a while here.
Right side of the camera there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Corey.
Just give me 1 second to turn around here.
No, you're good.
All good.
Pull him out until he's ready to reposition. It is not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable. So 70-mile-per-hour winds and large hail.
There's a beautiful shot of it.
There we go. I'll drag him up there. Oh, you already got it. Cool. Joel and I fight behind the scenes. Here we go.
I'm going to get out here and give you guys a better shot. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Go for it.
Wow. It's incredible.
Yep.
And this is going to be near Dansville in Ingham County. Ooh, Joel, check out the. Are you on Grand Rapids or Detroit's radar?
Grand Rapids.
Detroit 513 scan looks quite intriguing.
Let me check. Uh, 5:13 p.m. funnel cloud reported. Become wrapped in rain on that storm where Corey's at just now.
Is that a spotter report or is that?
Yep.
Did you catch that, Corey?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
So I saw this stuff coming up on the radar.
Funnel cloud report on your storm as of 1 minute ago.
Looks pretty good, but on
All right.
the radar, but it's all outflow dominant. There's nothing really
Where do you see that, Joel?
So funnel cloud
radar
as of a
scope.
minute ago.
There was.
Yeah, as of a minute ago. It's on radar scope.
Okay.
I think it would be probably right behind that tree there, maybe. I'm not sure. Where,
Yeah. It definitely looks pretty ominous. What you got? Yeah. We are seeing some inflow now, guys. I'm getting back. I'm in the road, so hang on.
Yeah.
Velocity does increase on the latest scan too, so it does look like it's picking up some steam, perhaps.
That's another gentleman here who's just chasing on his own.
Gotcha.
Ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this severe warning in Ingham. Charlotte, Charles, thank you for the super chat. Charlotte currently is clear, but be alert for any pop-ups that may occur between now and sunset, just shortly after sunset.
Give me 1 second, guys.
All good.
I'll look at my radar. Make sure.
Yeah, feel free to update your dot as well, so we can see where you're at.
Okay.
It says you're still at the football field. It looks like.
I got you.
But again, this is pretty much almost right over downtown Dansville at this point. The strongest rotation. The hail core is still a little bit off to the west a little bit by about a mile or two.
I got to reposition again. It's getting a little close to me, just in case.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Just in case there is a funnel there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's still there from the Grand Rapids radar.
Detroit looks better. It's also closer to the ground at this point, Joel.
Okay.
I'm at 3,100 feet.
Are you guys seeing my dot now?
Yep.
You should now.
Yep. Got you.
Just south of Dansville.
Looks like the MEDAR station in South Lansing is gusting to 21. So not too gusty there.
All right. I got another road coming up here. I'll take a left and should be able to have another good shot of it.
Perfect. Do what you got to do and get in position, of course. Stay safe out there as always.
Will do.
Again, a quick reset for everybody who's just tuning in. We do have a couple special weather statements still in effect. Actually, I think this one's new up here, Ryan. Up here towards Osceola and Mecosta County. 50-mile-per-hour winds, county size hail. Same story for Ionia County heading towards the St. John's area. This storm's kind of fizzling out a little bit, but still 50-mile-per-hour winds, penny size hail with that one as it heads into Carson City and St. John's.
Hey, Joel, I want to also mention the current storm that's severe in Ingham is moving right toward an outflow boundary, pushing towards it. So storm boundary interaction here is likely in the next half hour to an hour.
Okay. Charles Wordle with the new membership here. Thank you, Charles, for becoming a part of the team here at Michigan Storm Chasers. We appreciate your support. Corey's got a good shot there, looks like.
Yeah, I'm heading back towards the school now, and I'm going to swing around right in there, and then I'll have a good shot for you guys.
Okay, sounds good. Storm in motion, absolutely. We'll loop it for you. Moving pretty much southeast. Green box over Lansing is a flood advisory. southeast at 20. So Stockbridge, you got some time to prepare. It's moving pretty slowly toward you. Be advised, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning. And then this is eventually going to be crossing into Livingston County, which is Detroit's jurisdiction. So keep an eye on alerts here at MSC for warnings as they pop up. Tracy Lynn, welcome to the channel. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the team. Hope you stick around. And our YouTube channel is at MI Storm Chasers.
Yeah, if you just YouTube search at Michigan Storm Chasers, we will pop up.
Yep. It's good. It's pretty dark to my west now here in Mount Pleasant. Yes, and smash the like button. All right, Corey's got another last shot. Let's take him live.
Where are you at, Corey? Approximate location?
I am back at the school. I'm right across. That looks like the baseball field right there.
We got 2 shots at the same time here. We got Drew and Corey. Good structure shots.
Okay, where is Drew at?
I'm by Leon's. I'm not in the same storm as you.
Okay,
Corey.
gotcha.
That looks more scuddy up where Drew's at.
Yeah, this is right. We're actually kind of looking at the outflow boundary. So
Still good structure out there for a special weather statement.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep it on this screen here for a moment because both of you guys have some pretty good shots of the storms. Again, Corey's on the considerable severe thunderstorm warning right now in Lansing, has a good shot of the base beneath it. And Drew is up on the storm heading towards St. John's. Special weather statement there. Both with incredible structure on it today. If you live in heading towards Clinton County, so if you're in Clinton County out on the boat doing outdoor activities, be alert. Storm's heading for you. Livingston County, same story there. If you're outside doing outdoor activities, this is heading for you guys, as well as northwest Washtenaw County. Saw a trampoline hanging on some local power lines. That always seems to happen. But yeah, feel free to send it. If you have a picture of it, send it in to the National Weather Service office. I do appreciate that. Brighton on the other side of Livingston County, it's heading your way. So we're going to say be on alert for that. Still about a half hour away. So with the 20-mile-per-hour movement, still got a while to get to you guys.
All right, I'm finally getting rained on, so I'm going to reposition.
All right. Yes, and Corey was at the high school in Dansville.
Looks like the rotation on the GTX radar is disorganizing, so that's good news.
Sweet.
But I am curious, though, if you want to take mine real quick, my radar, with this storm here in Lansing, goodness gracious, this is going to be moving right toward this outflow boundary here. That's going to push. It's pushing westward toward it, and these are going to interact with each other. So storm boundary or storm to boundary interaction here might be interesting to watch as these two collide. So watch that carefully here if you live in western Livingston County. Just want to point that out.
Mm-hmm. Hail in Dansville being reported now. Yeah, VIL's still probably spiked on that. Yeah, it's right over Dansville. Tell us what you're seeing. If you have a picture, send it in. You can post it on any of our posts. That's not the live stream because we won't be able to see it here in the live stream chat. But if you post on any other post, we'll see it. And as always, feel free to message the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. This is the Grand Rapids jurisdiction right now. If you're in Ingham County, once it crosses into Livingston, it'll be the Detroit jurisdiction. So again, fastest way to get warnings, updates, and stuff like that, send it right into the National Weather Service. It's now raining here in Mount Pleasant. And we got 2 of us here in the studio today, so we're trading off between live stream duties and covering Messenger, so it's very busy.
We also got Mike in the background as well as Alex doing some page work as well. So
yep.
Streaming wise, Joel and I are in here. But gotta shout out Mike in the background making all the posts and stuff like that.
Yep.
Got some messages coming in from the Brownstown, which is downriver Detroit areas, of some gusty winds potentially. Looking on airport radar, which is really close here, we're not seeing anything too significant, perhaps 20 or 30 miles an hour. So and not really seeing too much there. A statement is in effect for wind gusts in excess of 40 and penny-sized hail. Multiple little pop-up cells there are in southern Wayne County. Again, gusty winds, definitely a possibility. But also just noticed there's, oh my goodness, check my camera. I got a storm popping up right to my north there. Check out the updraft to the right of the screen. Nice. It looks much better to the eye in real life here, but looks like there's that storm that's popping up over Saline, basically. That's that cell right there to the right. That's going up. So we'll see if that heads my way, although probably not. It's going to probably be stationary and move, I'm going to assume, eastward. But I'm hoping for a storm today here at my house.
I don't have much in the way of anything out my window, but I will try and set up my camera here real quick. We have a nice path of just damaging reports here. We have 1.75 inch confirmed in Holt. Source public. So yeah, again, we do appreciate your reports. The National Weather Service offices appreciate your report. I can't speak. But yeah, still damaging hail, damaging wind, still occurring with the storm with the considerable severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Ingham. Plug in my camera here.
Hey, Corey, if you can hear us, a little bit tighter of velocity, still not too concerning, but right basically over your dot, where you're at right now, or where it was at least. I
appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I was seeing too. I'm heading due east right now. And,
can't hear you, Corey. Muffled.
How about now?
Better.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I see that too. I'm heading due east. I'm going to put a little distance between it, and then I'll get you guys a good shot of it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I see that too. It's really kind of tightening up right there.
I can't hear you now, Ryan.
So can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So Corey's dot is this green dot right there, and the area of interest is literally probably a mile or two from him. If we were to take his dot and go back about a mile and a half. So the storm is not moving too quickly, so he should be able to get out ahead of it, but he is right up under that thing right now. So if there's anything happening, he'll be all eyes on it.
Drew is repositioning right now. Still up on that. We lost your radar.
I know. I'm getting it back up here for GR2.
Gotcha.
I got my 4-panel going here. I'll go ahead and do 2-panel. But just going to keep an eye on this area near Dansville. So wind velocity on the right. So reds and greens are velocities going towards and away. Reds going away, greens going towards. And then the radar you see typically on your weather apps, stuff like that, is going to be on the left. So we're going to look at all angles of the storm, just kind of make sure it's not going to do anything too concerning. Just because it does warrant some attention here as it heads toward the North Stockbridge area. Latest scan there looks like it's broadened out just a bit.
Look at the Grand Rapids radar behind the scenes here really quick just to see what's all happening in West Michigan still, because there are still storms around the area still producing probably microbursts, because again, that was the main threat for today. That still seems to be the case, especially points north. You have a cell right now in White Cloud, Big Prairie, producing probably a microburst right now as well. Storm Drew's on there in northern Ionia County. Also could be producing a microburst, especially back towards the Orleans area. That is special. Both those, well, the one in Newaygo County is not special weather statemented right now. The one that's heading up towards Osceola County is indeed special weather statemented. So we'll keep you updated for special weather statements. Again, we post those on our page as they get issued. So again, if you're not following us on Facebook, feel free to do that.
Also, Joel, a little bit of an update. That storm in Ingham County is now moving into the TDW radar zone, so we'll be able to get a much lower beam height here in the next couple of scans. Initial thinking here, if we zoom way in on radar Omega, which is not showing on your screen, we do see a little bit of rotation over Dansville currently. It's very weak, but still,
it's definitely weakening a little bit.
Right, but it's also a lower beam here, so that's why we're just going to mention this and see if it continues to weaken or perhaps strengthens any at all.
Here's your flash flood warning.
Yeah, we got tons of flash flood warnings and flash flood advisories here. Macomb, Oakland, flood warning for Wayne, Macomb and Oakland as well. And then also for Ingham and Eaton County. And then the other county here is Clinton. That appears to be all the flood advisories and warnings currently.
Yep. So 3 flood advisories and 1 flash flood warning right now.
Ooh. Interesting there.
It's definitely very weak. It looks more,
but it's good. It's merging.
Right. It's anticyclonic at the current time, or outflowy. So it's got to go. It would have to go through like some sort of merging process here in the moment, which it looks like it's doing. Oh, Corey has another shot of it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Base has definitely gotten a little higher out there.
Yeah, it's gotten quite a bit higher from about 10 minutes ago by the baseball field.
Hmm. Again, Corey is down on this storm, heading into the Stockbridge area. Has a good view of it there, off to his west. We don't have any warnings yet for Livingston, but we'll keep an eye on it. And full radar split here.
How's the velocity looking? Is it weakening?
I would say it's, yeah, definitely. It's going through some sort of merger right now, though, so we'll keep an eye on it.
As Carrie just said, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Thank you, Carrie, for the $5 super chat and your support of the channel/page. Liking and subscribing to YouTube is completely free. Feel free to hit the like button for us. I would appreciate that.
Monroe County, yeah. You guys have a cell here that looks very interesting how they kind of just threw a little bit of velocities there, but that definitely looks like a microburst ongoing, and especially up here towards Trenton as well. So northern Monroe, southern Wayne counties, guys, have some microbursts going on. And then, of course, we're watching this outflow boundary lake breeze sort of feature heading right for the severe thunderstorm warning. We're curious to see how that interacts together. Again, we have no tornado warnings right now. We just have one severe considerable. We had a couple tornado warnings earlier. Those have been canceled, and nothing has been reported on the ground.
Yeah, taking a peek across the state, we have more pop-ups going on now in southeastern Kent, northern Barry, southern Ionia. One on the Calhoun-Kalamazoo County line near Battle Creek. We also got some down here in Cass County, as well as St. Joseph County, and also over here in southeast Michigan, Washtenaw, Monroe, Wayne, got pop-ups going on across those areas as well. So, again, this risk is not over. We have that one severe in the Ingham County area, but perhaps more to come.
I'm going to reposition again, guys.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, by the way, who reported the funnel cloud? Was that a spotter or a public official?
Couldn't hear you, Ryan.
It was a storm chaser.
Okay.
Pop-ups anywhere still possible this evening. Instability is still pretty great out there. It's actually sunny here in Mount Pleasant in between rain showers. So instability is still definitely possible through the evening hours into sunset.
Did you just hear my spiel about pop-ups? Because if you didn't, I'll go over that again.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I guess I was muted. But I was just going over the areas that pop-ups are currently occurring. So I'm going to take my radar just a second here. Get this presented. Here we go. So pop-ups here, Monroe County, Wayne County, Washtenaw, perhaps southern Livingston. This cell obviously is severe for tracking. Outside of that, north of Detroit and also into Thumb is completely clear for right now. But west side of the state, we got pop-ups going on across the west side, anywhere from Ionia County here again. We have some up here in Newaygo County, and also down here in Kalamazoo/Calhoun County, and some down here in St. Joseph/Cass County as well popping up. So this risk is not over. We could have some more severe weather into the evening hours. Just one warning currently in effect, but these storms are increasing in coverage and perhaps severity here as we get closer to that 6 to 7 p.m. time frame. It should be a pretty short-lived threat, though. We shouldn't get these storms lasting too far after dark, which is good news. But still, multiple severe already today that has occurred. But as far as this risk, it is still continuing into the evening hours. We're going to have boundary interaction here, dude. We're going to have three boundaries colliding. So we can sometimes get enhanced lift and wind shear along these. So as the storm interacts with that boundary, it's either going to kill it or it's going to strengthen it. Or if it can latch on at that point, it could become a concern for damaging winds and perhaps a weak tornado, but that risk for a tornado tonight is quite low. So just want to point that out. We've been talking about this boundary here for a few minutes, for a while actually, but it's about to happen here. This is getting pretty close to the storm. So this is going to continue to the west. The storm's going to continue to the east. They're going to collide, and we'll have to watch what happens close. Do want to point out while we have a little bit of downtime here, as this storm does look to be weakening, we are 30 subscribers away from 12,000 on YouTube. So if 30 of you guys watching on YouTube are not subscribed currently, if you guys hit the subscribe button, it is free to do. You'll get updates about our videos, our streams, etc. It is completely your choice, but it is much appreciated, and it does help us out a lot. So we are 28 away now. So we'll see if we can hit that here in a few minutes. So
Michelle and Wolf, new YouTube members here on the channel. Welcome to the team, and thank you for continuing to support. As we have a special weather statement that just popped up, Ryan.
Yep, it's going to be for 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail for southwestern Livingston, as well as northwestern Washtenaw County until 6:45. So not severe. It's a step below severe or a step down. So 58 miles per hour or higher is your severe criteria. It's going to be for 50. So it's borderline. So treat it as still we can bring down some tree limbs and stuff like that and displace your garbage cans. But again, they opted for a special weather statement for the storm. I would agree with that, just given that the storm does look like it's weakening just a bit here as it moves toward Livingston County especially.
Thank you, Ellie and Skip. Yeah, we do this all the time. Every severe warning.
We are live. If you're new here, we are live for every single severe or tornado warning here in the state. YouTube, Facebook, simultaneously. We post a lot of updates to our Facebook. We post a lot of videos to our YouTube. So if you're not following us on either platform, feel free to hit the like button. If you're on YouTube, subscribing is free. We do offer Patreon and Facebook subscriptions as well. If you want to help support us financially, optional, obviously, but that's also a choice if you guys like to do that as well. Looks like we have Bob gifting 10 memberships here to YouTube. Thank you, Bob, for your generous donation and support. And if you are subscribed to our YouTube with gifted memberships turned on your account, you may have been just gifted a membership here to the Michigan Storm Chasers page. So welcome to the team. For those of you who just been gifted. Also, Dog Mom, thank you for becoming a channel member. Really appreciate your support here of the channel. Welcome to the team.
Everybody to the team.
Looks like we just hit 12,000 subscribers. We smashed that. We're at 12,050. So about 80 of you guys.
Holy cow.
Just decided to subscribe. So awesome. We are doing a giveaway, by the way, for our YouTube subscribers and also on Facebook as well. But we're getting off topic here. Let's stay on topic. We still have severe in the state, but we will be giving away weather radios as well as MSC t-shirts once severe weather calms down. This is the 5th straight day of streaming here. So once we have a break, we'll start giving those things away. So bear with us, guys.
We can get a break.
Yeah, tomorrow potentially as well. Saturday we have risks back to back. So this could be a 7-day stretch of potential streaming here. So just appreciate your guys' support.
But we'd rather keep you guys safe. We gotta keep doing this for you guys.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody.
Blue box is a special weather statement, so it's a step below a severe, which is going to be a yellow or orange box here.
Right. I took my radar live because I was looping mine, you weren't, so I just took it. And you can see these boundaries are just about to collide with each other.
Yep. So we'll see what happens with that. Also, taking mine full really quickly, Joel. That updraft is continuing to build. See if I can turn this just a bit. Maybe a little bit there. That's a brilliant updraft to my north and east there. So that's going to be one to watch there. Along the boundary is actually pushing toward me, so I hope I'm going to get something firing up here soon. But regardless, it's beautiful to my eye.
Yep.
Kelsey, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate your support of the channel. And as always, welcome to the team. All members on YouTube, as well as Patreon and Facebook subscribers, they do get exclusive forecasts, as well as exclusive giveaways. And videos are released to them first before released to the public as well. So other various things, but
I'm going to take this next one, Ryan.
What?
I'm going to take the next one. Saw this comment from Sad Bigfoot. Are we due for bad home-destroying tornadoes this summer? I've seen people on TikTok sharing predictions about horrific outbreak in Michigan in July. I know exactly what you're talking about. Thanks, guys. No problem. And thank you, Sad Bigfoot. So I saw this on TikTok, I think a month ago. People were putting out this graphic they put in Microsoft Paint. They're like, oh, let's put some pinks and reds over Michigan. And they called that a legit forecast. It was from no official source. I'm sitting there and like, oh, it was just really frustrating to watch. But it's summertime in Michigan. Severe happens. But I don't take that as official forecast. That's clearly, it wasn't real. I mean, if you look at it, it was literally created in Microsoft Paint. It was something. But yeah, thank you, Sad Bigfoot, for your super chat, and hopefully that clears it up about what you saw on TikTok.
And I can't speak. I will add on to that too, Joel. Here in the summertime, we get a very common pattern called a ridge. Those patterns here in summertime, we can have these complexes of potential damaging winds as well. It's a very typical summertime pattern throughout the end of June and into July and August as well. And we're kind of in that pattern right now, so to speak. Yeah, it's going to continue for the next couple of weeks. It's going to bring us hot temperatures as well as these potential for some severe storms as well. So yes, chances of severe happen all summer, but that's typical here. Nothing new for Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Also never believe forecasts for severe weather more than a couple days out. If you're seeing severe weather predicted for months in advance, you can predict perhaps patterns and stuff like that, sure, but severe weather to the exact day and time, like no.
Yeah. Also, we have a new member, Kelly. Welcome to the team, Kelly. Appreciate your support. Hope you stick around a while, and glad to have you here. Again, there's a lot of big names out there that also do live streaming, but nobody really covers Michigan, honestly, better than us here. We've all grown up here in Michigan our entire lives, so we know the state pretty well, and we're glad to keep you guys covered from beginning to end in every single severe thunderstorm warning, 365 days a year, even in the winter.
And at 4 a.m.
And at 4 a.m.
These cells, I want to point out real quickly here across Monroe and southern Washtenaw are beginning to, looks like they have some downbursts via radar here. So again, Monroe County, southern Washtenaw, especially here in Monroe County around Ash and Carlton area, just to the west of 275, perhaps a downburst there occurring. Doesn't look overly strong, but still some gusty winds are definitely possible with that.
Yeah, watching Monroe County, because there's a lot of reds and green, brighter reds and green in that area, so definitely some downbursts with those cells. Boundary in action is about to be completed here, about 3 scans away.
Yep.
And the rotation's gone that I'm seeing on here,
which is great news. We don't need anything spinning up. But
yep.
We'll see what happens here. I wonder if that storm can latch onto it for a minute.
Yeah, the blue line on radar is a outflow boundary / lake breeze. It's one of the two. It's a strong area of winds, and what happens is when it combines with storms, it can either kill the storm completely or make it blossom into a bigger storm. So we'll keep an eye on it here as it starts to interact. I mean, we weren't expecting supercells today, so like comments are saying, it's hard to predict here in Michigan. I mean, microscale events happen. But storms have been expected all week. That's kind of been the forecast I've been running with, and they're expected again tomorrow and again on Saturday.
We do have a severe risk on Saturday for portions of the state that is already in place. So
Yep.
a lot of these risks so far, yesterday and today especially, have been no risk until the morning of. So tomorrow definitely could be in that same general concept where we could have no risk tonight or at our SPC outlook, and then we wake up and boom, we have a risk. So regardless, though, the atmosphere tomorrow remains the same. So weak shear, a lot of moisture, hot temperatures, a lot of instability. Storms can produce a lot of rain, but also potentially get damaging winds as well. So we'll have to watch tomorrow closely as well.
Yep.
Also, just want to say the severe warning here in Ingham County continues for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Stockbridge, Millville. Although the storm looks like it has weakened quite a lot, it is about to move into Livingston and northern Washtenaw. So
it's no longer considerable.
No, it's no longer considerable. So we'll have to see here. It's as Joel just said, it's a few scans away from seeing what this is going to do with the boundary here. So we'll see if it strengthens it or weakens it. And we have a lot of pop-ups going on in Monroe and Washtenaw still. We also have one over here on the Calhoun-Kalamazoo County line. None of these are severe, but the one in Battle Creek is attached to a boundary now, Joel.
Similar to what we had earlier.
Yep, so we have to watch the Battle Creek, Calhoun County storm closer. Doesn't look impressive, but again, those boundaries can definitely catch your eye for certain things. We're going to keep an eye on that. And yeah, it looks like there's a pretty good downburst still occurring in Monroe County near the Ash/Carlton area. Let's go check that real quick. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I got myself. Big downburst happening now, Monroe County, Carlton, Ash Township on 275. These winds are close to the ground, probably 40 or 50 or so miles an hour. So wouldn't be shocked to start hearing some reports of some tree damage or perhaps power outages here in Carlton, Ash Township, and also Berlin, Charter Township as well. 275, 75 interchange corridor here, Dixie Highway here, US 24, going to be in the line for that. A couple other roads here, Sigler Road, Ready Road, up toward Carlton, Rockwood Road. So another one down here, a little bit weaker, just north of Steiner and Grafton. So big downburst here. And this is basically just a wind map here. So greens are going toward the radar, which is up here. And then reds are going away from the radar. This is not rotation. It's just a downburst here. So all these winds are going this way. Throw my arrow here properly. And these winds are going that way. So this is what's happened over the past couple of days. We're seeing it again here in Monroe County. So if you guys happen to live or be watching here from Northern Monroe, Carlton, Berlin, Charter, Steiner areas, let us know what you're seeing if it's safe to do so. Obviously, stay indoors, away from windows. There's no warning in effect for this storm, but do treat it as gusty winds here are occurring, perhaps close to strong to severe, regardless here if there's a warning or not. And that's at max here. I'm getting about 42. But downbursts, new scan there. Downbursts can be tricky sometimes. New scan does look like it is weakened just a bit, but still a downburst is ongoing there. And these scans on the airport radar are about 12 minutes apart. 14 minutes apart. So that's a lot. That's been going on for about 10 minutes now. All right, so downburst continues. 275, 75 interchange near Steiner. Ash Township near Carlton. SWS now for Monroe. I'm not sure if that's been in effect, but 40 winds in excess of 40 and pea-sized hail as of 2 minutes ago.
Evan Heemstra, welcome to the team. Thank you for your support here from all of us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you. Hope you stick around a while. A quick update for those who got gifted memberships, for those who are subscribing on YouTube and got gifted memberships earlier. Again, those expire after 30 days. So if you want to up it at the end of 30 days, that is on your discretion. Yeah, thank you, Evan. The tourist traps. Evan has been here 30 seconds and he's already gifted 5 memberships to 5 people who are subscribed here on YouTube. Thank you so much, Evan. You are so generous. We appreciate you very much. And for those who got a gifted membership, feel free to thank Evan.
going to point out as well, given that we're having these radar scans off the airport every 14 minutes, near Milan, south of Milan, north of Azalea, could be a downburst occurring there momentarily. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Looks like there's still some weak rotation up there near Unidalia, just south of Stockbridge. Very weak in nature, but getting it off the airport radar. We'll watch that close, but still not going to concern us too much until it gets a lot brighter there, a lot tighter.
Drew's on the highway.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Drew, where you at? Which highway? 96?
Yeah, I'm heading east towards Eagle. There's some new storms that are forming that are starting to grab my eye. So plan is to see what these storms will do here. Definitely some heavy rain and some lightning on these storms, but they're only continuing to grow. So plan is to head towards Eagle, Michigan to see what these storms will do next.
All righty. Thank you very much, Drew. One second here. I am watching, like Drew said, watching those storms that he's in right now. They're very weak in terms of winds, but they are still in a great zone of instability right now. Dr. Overdose, what's your thoughts on the Flint area? Flint area, you guys are clear and home stealing right now. Again, these storms that are 3 counties away from you, heading up your direction. But right now, pretty much all clear. I would expect thunderstorms still possible by the end of the night. It is still 6 o'clock. Instability is still ramped up out there with the sun being up still for another 3.5 hours, 4 hours. It's the longest day of the year. So we got most amount of instability, more than any other day this year. It just so happens we had severe on this day. So again, thank you, Doctor, for your $10 super chat. Again, I saw a comment on Facebook how to find our channel. I'm going to post the link. I'm not sure if that'll pop up for you guys, but I will post it there. If you just search for Michigan Storm Chasers on YouTube, it should be the first that pops up. I'm going to take my radar back live here. So and the warning has officially been canceled. I will say that it just popped off the screen. We do have special weather statements still in effect, 3 of them to be exact. We have this one all the way up here in Osceola County. This storm is still grinding to the north and putting out a nice cloud shield for places downstream. Other than that, again, that's for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Let me check, because I remember it updated. So it's up to 50 in penny size. That's in Everett, heading up towards Leroy and Marion and Tustin as well. Not inside the special weather statement, but still something to be watching out for. The warning, which has been canceled, we're going to pause it here really quick, has a special weather statement on it for Livingston County, as well as northwestern Washtenaw. I almost said Ann Arbor County. That's not a thing. Northwestern Washtenaw County, Chelsea, points in the surrounding areas, especially around the M52 area. It's already over Stockbridge right now. Hazard with this, 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. It'll be around Gregory, 5:45 p.m. Oh, it's already passed and through Gregory, but Pinckney, 6:05, Dexter around 6:25. It also include Hudson Mills, Parkers, Corners, Lakeland, Plainfield, Linden Township, Hudson Mills, Metro Park, Unadilla, I think. I probably mispronounced that. You guys can laugh at me if you want. Pinckney State Recreation Area and Hell, Michigan. All in that special weather statement. There's also this storm that's kind of inside that box that just kind of fired off that outflow boundary, heading towards Barton Hills and Ann Arbor, unassociated with the rest.
Hey, Joel, just FYI, Monroe County still gusting Berlin and Ash Charter Township here.
Yeah, I was getting down there. It's going storm to storm. This storm down here moving southeast at 15 in Monroe County, northern Monroe County. It's a kind of a cluster right now. Two separate storms here near Mabee and then Estro Beach, just north of Monroe. And again, this is for 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit higher in pea-sized hail. So that is a storm recap. Again, we also have flood advisories across the area from Macomb, Oakland, as well as portions of Wayne, and then downtown Lansing. Those are flood advisories. Then we have a flash flood warning, which is more important, for northern Wayne, southeastern Oakland, and southern Monroe County. That is in effect until, I don't know if it has an expiration date. Oh, it does, 8/15. So you guys got another 2 hours on that. 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen there. We'll walk you guys through this. I know you guys see some posts about storm anxiety. There's nothing severe right now. So at the very least right now, we're only seeing strong winds across the area. Now that could change on a dime. And as the warnings come in, we got you.
Also, just want to go over this Monroe County downburst again. So Ash Township here, Berlin Charter Township. Make sure I'm not going to miss anything here. It's heard alert come in, not for Michigan though. Okay, cool. This is going to be a downburst still occurring here in Monroe County along 275 near Steiner up to Berlin Charter Township. Ash Township as well as Grafton, Carlton area as well. These greens and reds indicating winds going towards the radar in green, away from the radar in red. So these are going apart from each other, but still increasing velocity here. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, I'm going to say, are likely within this pocket of heavier winds on both sides of this downburst.
There you go. So I will say, Ryan, our upper level has kind of increased in these storms to the north. Because when I loop these storms, you can see how it's firing these updrafts and they're just getting, I guess, pushed extremely far to the east. So we do have upper level support right now across at least central Michigan. I have not. I'm going to go check Mezzo right now just to double check. I'm pretty sure we have elongated photographs. Alexandria, welcome to the team here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Thank you for your support. Hope you stick around a while and appreciate you very much. All right, mesoscale. Let me go look. Ryan, if you want to cover everything, be looking in the background here. Surface-based CAPE is still upwards of 2,500 joules per kilogram, especially in and along south of 96 right now. So still plenty of instability out there today. As the sun starts to come back out here in Mount Pleasant again. We have been missing out on most rain, and it continues that way. I know here in the Tri-Cities, Central Michigan area, we just want rain. We don't need the storms. We just want rain. So we feel your pain. I mean, just sitting here, not having rain, just watching everything go around us. It's another feeling. Still, I-96 corridor has 125 joules of 0 to 3 CAPE. Plenty of surface vorticity. So a lot of support here still. And I was going to check upper air, actually. Photograph map. I don't know. Is he here? No, Ryan did disappear. Okay. No storm for Saginaw. I just mentioned Saginaw because we have been missing out on the rain, but looks like some elevated rain showers are coming the way of Saginaw. So know how much we need the rain here. We do now have storm interaction here at the boundary. The boundary is now colliding with our previously severe thunderstorm warning. Our previous storm that was severe thunderstorm warned, is what I meant to say. Doesn't look like it's doing anything too crazy. Still downburst potential there. Still watching the storm down here in Monroe County, right to the north of downtown Monroe, too. That is currently producing some stronger winds, and that's from the Detroit radar. So if you're in central and eastern Monroe County right now, especially in the northern half of the county, you got some storms with gusts going on there. And I actually just clicked on the airport radar. This is going to load, isn't it? Yep, it's frozen.
Latest scan is about 10 minutes old on the airport radar, so I'm waiting for a new scan on my end of things too.
Okay. Donna, welcome to the team here. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you. Stick around. You're officially part of our team here. We're at a point now with, besides the gusty winds in Monroe, it's pretty quaint out there. Yeah, still watching the boundary interaction here over Gregory, but nothing really eye-catching that I'm seeing right now, Ryan. And then Drew is still on these storms in the Portland area, and Eagle. Kind of looks like a big T.
Keeping an eye to that cell in Stockbridge with the boundary interaction. That doesn't look like it's going to do anything, but it would be the one to watch it just in case.
Mm-hmm. At this point, the main hazard, though, is going to be your flooding and, of course, your cloud to ground lightning. So if you are near any thunderstorms and you can hear that thunder, you are close enough to get struck. And the rule of thumb that we usually repeat here is, well, it's what the high schools and stuff use for sporting events and even colleges, is wait 30 minutes after you see lightning or hear thunder. I see sunshine and blue. I have both sunshine and blue skies, but I hear thunder. Well, bolts of the blue can still happen. It's lightning that comes sideways out of the thunderstorm and can strike away from the storm. It does happen, but usually you have to be underneath like an anvil, which is out in front of it. And right now that would be anything downstream to the east of any storms. Again, we're only looking at two special weather statements. The one up in Osceola and Mecosta has been canceled. So right now you just have general thunderstorms and showers up there. So now we're just looking at northern Washtenaw, southern Livingston, and of course Monroe County with special weather statements for 50 mile per hour winds. So we're kind of reverting back to the threat we had earlier, where we have the microbursts ongoing. Less of a supercell going on out there, but we're still watching this storm because this was previously a supercell in Pinckney. It still has a kidney bean shape to it, but it has weakened considerably. We don't have a rotating updraft on it anymore. And we're also watching these cells that have fired back here in Calhoun County and St. Joseph County. Velocity on that looks pretty heavy in terms of wind, so probably a microburst, downburst going on there in the Battle Creek area as well as Marshall. So you're along 94 there in Calhoun County. Be advised, some gusty winds in your area. But no special weather statement on it. We're just giving you a quick rundown. It is currently 6:09. We have now hit the 4-hour mark of our live stream coverage here. If you haven't done so yet, feel free to hit that like button, especially if you've been watching for 4 hours. But again, it is completely optional. It's just a way to support our streams for free. And again, boost the algorithm for those who may not be following us and you don't know them.
Weberville is clear for right now.
Yep. And the share goes a long ways. Again, 5th straight day of severe weather coverage.
Eventually 6 and 7 tomorrow and Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
New airport radar scan just came in. Still remains gusty, but still looks below subsevere. So Ash Township again, Frenchtown Charter, Berlin Charter, Steiner, Carlton areas. Probably 30 to 40 mile an hour winds embedded within this downburst.
Yep.
Again, more pop-ups are possible throughout the day. This boundary is about to be over me. In fact, it is over me. I've dropped 5 degrees already. Cool. So is the threat over? No, it's not over yet. Right now it looks quite low. But things can pop up, and the atmosphere today does support microbursts, which would be damaging winds. So we're gonna remain alert here for any potential new severe for Monroe. There we go. We just went over that, though it doesn't look severe via radar, but severe warning now for Monroe. Quarter-size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So with that being said, London Township, Raisinville Township, Monroe proper in that warning as well. Frenchtown, Charter Township, Berlin along 75, 275, Dixie Highway as well. Carlton, Exeter, Schofield, maybe as well. So bulk of the winds look like they're over here where I'm going to circle Frenchtown up to Ash, up to Berlin. That's your strongest. Woodland Beach, Detroit Beach, those areas. Let's look at the hail tracker off of Detroit's radar. I don't have a VIL off of the airport. Let's go ahead and look at that off Detroit's and see if there's any hail with this. And not too concerning there. See it back it up. It was a little bit concerning there for a minute, but not something that I would scream hail with. Regardless, though, severe now in effect for Monroe County, northern Monroe County to be exact.
Yeah, again, for those who have just tuned in today, kind of a recap. We did have a couple tornado warnings earlier today for Iona County, 2 of them in Iona County, right around where my hometown is, and those were both radar indicated. As of right now, we have no confirmed tornadoes that hit the ground, but there was rotation in the storms earlier. They were very supercellular-esque looking, and so they were issued as an abundance of precaution. Again, it's always good to have an abundance of precaution, and so they went ahead and issued a couple tornado warnings earlier. No tornado warnings out there right now, of course. And that, again, just goes to show you, Michigan loves to have surprises, and today was just another example. In the week of instability, storms keep on giving.
Take a peek at that Calhoun County cell, just because that boundary is still close proximity. I think it's latched off of, though. Not seeing too much there in Battle Creek, Calhoun County cell.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to point out as well, going back to Monroe County here to track this severe, looking at consumers' energy outage map, looks like we're going to have about 6,000 people, most of those south of Lansing, but there's also a couple outages now coming in there near Albion that occurred at 5:06. I'm not sure if that's storm related or not, but combination of about 2,000 people looks like out of power in the Albion area.
The graphic has not posted from DTX yet for that severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the airport radar back. Although I think Detroit's radar is going to be a better option just because the airport radar is not updating now it's updating every minute. So here we go. That's what we need. So again, we're seeing that downburst continue right over the 275, 75 interchange. up to Ash Township, down to Woodland Beach, Frenchtown, and also north downtown Monroe and points northward. Probably getting some gusty winds with there. Let me go ahead and check a few of my local sources here because this is right by me. See if I can get anything confirming there's going to be any damage or stuff like that. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Hail again in Newport, says Heather. How big would you estimate that, Heather, if you can do so safely? If not, completely okay. We'd rather have you indoors away from windows at this point.
Did you get the super chat that just came in?
I did not. You want to handle that real quick?
Yeah. Renee, thank you very much for the $9.99 super chat. You guys are awesome. Your hard work is much appreciated. Thank you, Renee. We are here for you as always. We'll continue to do so throughout the week as the week of, like I keep saying, the week of impulse storms keep on giving. So again, thank you very much. $34,000 out of power from DTE, it looks like.
32,000?
Yep.
I believe most of those are from Macomb County from yesterday's and also some of today's storms probably, but I wouldn't think those are going to be from today's storms.
Mm-hmm.
I just checked that for Monroe. Not too much in Monroe.
US 23 is pretty clear right now. You got storms to your east and storms to your west, but no storms on the interstate themselves, unless you're in the Ann Arbor area, and those are non-severe, at least in Ann Arbor. The severe thunderstorm warning does not include 23, but it does include off the east there in northeastern Monroe. Again, with today being high instability day, thunderstorms are still possible as long as the sun is shining. And so that being the longest day of the year, that will be until about 10 o'clock tonight. Of course, if you live in Southeast Michigan, I think sunset's a little bit before 10, right?
Yeah. Today is the longest day of the year.
Yep. And Phillips, $2 super chat. Thank you for living in fifth wheel. Thank you, William. Yes, yep, flood advisory for Ingham that has been in effect. That's for the Lansing area and surrounding areas. Zooming out a little bit, since kind of give you a quick glance in the area. We got like 5 different potent cells out there. Monroe County, border of Washtenaw and Livingston County. We have a cell moving into southern Clinton County, where they've already seen a lot of rain, and that's the storm Drew's on right now. We also have a cell that's training right down the 94 corridor in Calhoun County and Battle Creek. And then we have a 5th cell down there entering northwestern Branch County. So kind of, let's say, a big old triangle of storms here. And then we also have outflow boundaries kind of colliding. So any storms could still fire along the outflow boundaries, or along both outflow boundaries there in Jackson County. But right now, Jackson County in the clear, nothing going on there. And then storms that, it all started today with the one outflow boundary that happened right at the Grand Rapids radar site. And it put out storms in every direction. And those storms currently up to the north are still going as they head into Lake and Osceola counties. No special alert statements up there, though. And for those who are just tuning in, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Monroe, so I will read it off again. For those who are just catching up right now, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the state, in effect until 7:15 p.m. Text reads at 6:10, severe thunderstorm was located near Monroe, moving southeast at 20, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with this storm. Locations impacted would be Newport, Estrel Beach, Schofield, South Rockwood, Woodland Beach, and Stony Point, Bullis Harbor, Ryan. Did I pronounce it?
What was that?
Bullis Harbor.
Never heard of it.
Okay, we'll go with that then. And then Detroit Beach and Oakville are all in that warning as well. So 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. This is pretty much moving on to Lake Erie here shortly, but still clipping eastern Monroe. And we also have a couple storms down there in Ohio too right now. So if you're traveling down that way towards Sandusky, a couple warnings to look out there for you.
New SWS for Washington. I'm not sure if you called that out yet or not.
Is that new?
Yeah, issued as of 6/17.
I'll go to your radar because my polygon's updated every 5 minutes.
Yeah, so Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti downtowns. This is a little bit gusty here, heading toward Chelsea and Dexter. Dexter's in here somewhere. There you are. So Hudson Mills as well. Just a pocket here of gustier winds heading south down this blue box here toward Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. So keep an eye on that to see if that goes stronger, if it goes severe, but it doesn't look severe at this point.
So it's Bulls. Okay. Got it. Battle Creek. A little gusty. Nothing severe, though. I would maybe expect a special weather statement here shortly. It looks somewhat decent. I'm going to check from the Grand Rapids radar, though, behind the scenes.
You can take your radar if you want to, Joel. I'm trying to figure out the closed captioning issue right now.
Okay. So here's your wind radar, Battle Creek Marshall. We would be looking for brighter greens than this, so it's definitely sub-severe at the current time. From the Grand Rapids radar, there's a little bit in there. It's mainly over Marshall, though. The stuff in Battle Creek you don't really have to worry about right now. Kind of in a donut hole. It just doesn't look like a donut hole from the Detroit radar. But the heaviest cell right now in terms of rain and wind is going to be right here in Marshall at the 94-69 interchange. Again, for everyone who's been sending stars in on Facebook, we can't really see that, but I know that's been happening. So thank you, everyone who's been sending stars in on Facebook today. We do appreciate you guys as well. Notification. Definitely quieted down in here. Again, no tornado warnings, no severe except for Monroe right now. We just have that one severe thunderstorm warning. That is a good thing. We do need a break. Don't jinx us. Sorry. My bad. Man, that is still going.
Continues severe for Monroe, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did trim it back just a bit.
Oh, a lot. Ida and maybe are no longer in it. Carlton's right on the edge of it at this point. You guys are funny. Nothing crazy up here. Drew's on it, but I think he's in a bad reception area, so he's not currently able to join right now. Looks like it's fizzling a little bit. We can look at that if we look at the updraft. You already see the reds on here. Updraft still billowing up. We have that mainly. Calhoun's probably the strongest one right now that we see it's billowing, as well as the Monroe severe. So that storm moves on to Lake Erie here soon. Although the shower is just sitting here menacingly in Dexter and Barton Hills. Just a shower just doing its little thing. Looks like it's about to merge, Ryan.
I mean, yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a supercellular shape there. Gusty winds as of the latest DTW scan, which was still about 8 minutes ago at this point. So waiting for an update to see if that's going to strengthen up or not. Regardless, we're going to watch that close with that merger in progress or potentially in progress here.
Yeah.
They'll be heading into Dexter and eventually Ann Arbor here pretty soon. That boundary went over my house and it dropped it from 90 to a cool, solid 82.
Nice. This is a special weather statement. This tan box. All 3 boxes. There's 3. Oh, this one's down here. Yeah, in between. Gotcha. This updraft is really, really taking off, Ryan.
Which one?
The one in Barton Hills.
Yeah, it looks pretty beefy on GTX, but I really wish we had the
surface based
radar.
If you look at the hodograph, it's a straight line to the west now. So we have a lot. We have like a huge upper level jet, or at least a decent sized one. So shear is there.
For those of you in chat here on YouTube, do you guys have the option for closed captioning? Because for some reason, apparently, it is not working for some people. So I'll make sure it's an entire issue here on YouTube, or it's just affecting certain people. So let me know, or let us know if you have the closed captioning option, if they're working. Because that's an important part of our streams.
A lot of people saying no.
Okay.
It should be automatic, but
it is. It's on behind the scenes, but for some reason, it's not working for the stream. So I'm looking into that now, which is why I'm just kind of quiet back here. I'm distracted.
We'll have to, if it's not going to work in this stream, we'll have to make sure it works for the next one.
That's the thing, though. Like it says, it's turned on, so
they are turned on YouTube, though.
No, YouTube is where it's turned off at.
Or sorry, Facebook. That's what I meant.
Yeah, they should be working on Facebook.
Yeah, and again, if you're watching on Facebook, you're only going to see Facebook comments, and if you're watching on YouTube, you're only going to see YouTube comments. That makes sense. Deidre Watts, $2 super chat. Thank you, Deidre. Yeah, it's automated. It's automatic, so it might mispronounce some things. So something silly might get displayed. Yes, Kendall, there are. That is YouTube's. That's at YouTube's discretion. That we don't have any control over. That's if you have like YouTube Premium, for example, then obviously that's no ads. But if you don't have YouTube Premium, you know, we don't have control over that. Kyle, welcome to the team, Kyle. Thank you for your support.
Joel.
What's up?
Check out my radar here. Airport radar updated. We have a little bit of rotation near Dexter.
Dexter. I see.
Just a bit there, trying to converge.
That's very, very weak, though. That's super weak.
Oh, we're about to get a merger over Whitmore Lake too.
Yep. Someone said, someone chat just posted about possible tornado in Mason, tagged you under her photo. If it's in the live stream, we're not gonna be able to see it.
Oh, where'd you tag us at?
Yeah. If you want to send a message to us, that's probably a better way. Okay. Any damage reports, obviously we'll take them. Feel free to tag the National Weather Service Detroit as well, or Grand Rapids if you live in the Grand Rapids jurisdiction. In Detroit jurisdiction, if you live in, to know you're in the Detroit jurisdiction, you have to be living in one of the following counties. It would be Midland. Actually, sorry, Ryan, I'm going to take it real quick. So anywhere in Midland, Bay, Huron, Tuscola, Sanilac, Saginaw, Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, St. Clair, Macomb, Oakland, Livingston, Washtenaw, Wayne, Lenawee, and Monroe. Those are all in the Detroit County warning area. Everywhere else here in Lower Michigan is the Grand Rapids, minus Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale. That is all northern Indiana's jurisdiction. So hopefully that helped out real quick. Said one of our posts from an hour ago on our feed, Ryan. For the Mason count or the Mason one. Yeah, this storm right now is heading towards Ann Arbor. Ypsilanti area. Just scooting by Dexter. People are still saying no CC. So it's currently 6:33 p.m. here on this Thursday evening, June 20th, longest day of the year. The sun's going to be out till about 10 o'clock tonight. So if you're elsewhere in the state where it's nice and sunny and clear, enjoy it. Usually I'm out super late on the longest day of the year, but tonight it's going to be storm coverage, as always. Got a lot going on.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Drew.
Got a nice rainbow right here in the backside of the storm by Eagle, Michigan right now. Got some good lightning, too.
It's beautiful. Cleo, we don't take that language here. Some of us have to be in the studio covering radar. That's kind of our jobs. So if you're not going to be grateful for what we do here, then you're not going to be on the page much longer. So it's just the way it is. We have a partner network of 20 people, so we do have eyes on the ground, like Drew right now, who has a really great shot. Ryan, you're muted.
I'm trying to get the closed captioning up, but I cannot figure out how to do it. It's toggled on in the settings, but for some reason it's just not working.
Gotcha.
Looking around the state, I see some questions about certain storms across the state. Calhoun, St. Joseph, Branch County got some pop-ups there. None of those look concerning at this point in time. But again, it doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. Severe weather is possible this evening, so don't count it out just yet. Outside of that, there's a couple showers north of Lansing, not too concerning. Up by Big Rapids as well. There's a couple showers and storms up there. Those are looking a little bit better, but still not too severe criteria by Reed City. And then also down here, southeast Michigan, just that one severe continuing for Monroe. That storm is on its way out, looks like not too strong anymore, although we are getting reports of some tree damage and perhaps power lines down in Monroe County. That's reported via our comment section, so we'll have to confirm that, but that is in northern Monroe County. Then also that special weather statement up here in Washtenaw, this is going to be moving into Ann Arbor with 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Actually, it says wind gust to 50 is what the statement's for. Right now on radar, we're getting close to about 30 or so. So that's the gist. Severe weather continues to be possible throughout the evening. Although right now chances look tied to just a few storms.
Drew is up in the Grand Ledge area, for those who are wondering. He's got a view on that storm heading into DeWitt and Bath at the current time. Thank you for the kind comments, everybody. Appreciate it, Carrie. The rainbow's kind of dying there.
Yeah, the storm's dying with it, too. It's going northeast of me, so probably call it quits once this goes away fully. So not seeing anything else too interesting right now.
Gotcha. Drew's making me hungry. Standing in that location.
You're not the only one, Joel.
It's 6:39 p.m. If your time does not match what we currently have on your phones, that means you're watching the stream a little bit delayed. So make sure to jump out, jump back in, and see if it updates for you there. Or also click, I think, the live button on YouTube. If it's gray, usually that means you're not live.
Bottom left corner of your phone, you should find the option. It should say live. If you're delayed, it'll have like a little number how far behind you are. So if you click that number or the live, it'll take you to the latest, the most recent part of the stream.
Yep.
So it just should bring you to current is what I'm trying to say.
Yep. Like we keep saying, we're in the process of getting new streaming, everything, and we'll have a live clock and date and time, stuff like that in the bottom screen. So we're excited to release that, but that probably won't be for a little while. Those storms have successfully emerged there in northern Washtenaw County. Just kind of got absorbed. And not much came of it in terms of wind. We had a brief period of time there where it spiked, but not much. Drew's got a good shot of the sun.
Severe for Monroe has been canceled.
Okay.
All clear for Monroe, although some rain and some thunderstorms still around the area. Severe weather looks unlikely at this point as that has not gusted out, but more so has significantly reduced its velocity here on the airport radar. So good news there in North Monroe. I'm going to check my sources once again to see if I can find any reports of damage or stuff like that.
It's very icy up there in front of the sun on Drew's cam. Rainbow in North Monroe. Into that point of the day.
No reports so far in Monroe, besides a few comments here for damage. Got somebody in our messenger reporting power lines and stuff down. I've seen a couple comments about that, but nothing yet at least that would confirm those. So you guys live in Monroe County. If you have damage from that storm, let us know. Also let us know, or first and foremost, let the NWS in Detroit know, as they're the ones who need that report. But if you give it to us, we're going to relay to them. So.
Yep. Again, if storms are not in your area and you're feeling like heading off, again, hit that like button on the way out if you haven't. Appreciate it as always. Right now, we just have a couple special weather statements in effect here, Washtenaw and Livingston. It's mainly a Washtenaw threat at this point, but it's kind of also riding down this county line at the same time towards Whitmore Lake. And CDR says it collided and that did not help it at all. We have a $4.99 super chat from Michael in here. Just want to say thanks for all you guys' hard work. Thank you very much, Michael, for those kind words, and we appreciate you as always. We got you covered here from beginning to end, and right now we're at probably end for the time being.
Yeah, looking across the state here, there's one cell catching my eye I just noticed in Kalamazoo County. It's not looking overly concerning, but it'd be one to watch there as it continues to strengthen both an updraft strength and also some velocity on there. It looks like it could become strong or perhaps a downburst going on. But I think we are going to be hopping off here soon to catch a little bit of a break. The severe risk is not over per se across Michigan. There's still a threat this evening, but for right now, nothing looks imminent. So I think this is going to be a good time to hop off, grab some dinner perhaps, and just kind of stretch out. We've been live here about 5 or so hours. So if anything does happen to go back live or go back severe, we'll go live again. But I think at this point, I think we are about to end this and just take a break here. And if anything, again, goes severe, we'll track it here, hop back on immediately. But for right now, I think this is a good time to pop out of here, and fingers crossed nothing else happens. But in the event it does,
we'll be here.
Yep. So we're going to pop out of here. If you see a stream on YouTube, it's going to pop up. A lot of you like to comment on it. That does not mean we're going to be going live immediately. It's just going to be there to kind of hang out on the back end of things and get everything ready. So if you see that stream on YouTube, don't be shocked. Don't be scared. It's just for precautionary. All right. With that being said, Joel, I think we're good to go.
Yep. I was just looking at some of the storms and looks all good for that. So again, if you're on your way out, feel free to hit that like button. And if you liked what we provided to you guys today, again, feel free to hit the follow button on both Facebook and YouTube. It's free to do. Best way you can support us here at Michigan Storm Chasers. But other than that, as always, we will see you in our next live stream, potentially later tonight. If not, maybe tomorrow. If not, maybe the next day after that. So again, thank you so much for tuning in.
All right. See you guys.
See you, everyone.